So everyone has seen this before. Where's my paint? How I do it, how I talk about it, how I think about it is not actually thinking about it in terms of, let's do a brush here. I'm not talking about it in terms of a spectrum. I like to think about it as being, oh gosh, I can't even draw a straight line. It's a Y. It's an XY graph, okay? Folks, it's an XY graph. This is the reality. This is how you should be defining yourself. None of this, like, let's make it 16. So up here, down here we'll put lots of time. And then up here, we'll put little time. So this is like kind of like time investment. And then over here, we could put high skill. And then over here, we can put low skill. Let's do this. Low skill. Oh, cancel. Oh dear. A Kingdom 4 level 16 font. Okay. So, here we go. So for example, I don't spend tons of time, and I don't think I have a high skill. Naturally speaking, I have to practice a lot. So I would put myself here. Right? Now, if we were going to put ourselves into a quadrant here, so we got quadrant 1, we got quadrant 2, we got quadrant 3, and we got quadrant 4. Where would you put yourself, chat? Where would you put yourself? Let's see. Let's see the numbers. Let's put yourself in the quadrant. And then let's put X being out here more and Y. So are you 1X, 1Y? Are you 2X, 2Y? Are you 3X, 3Y? Or are you 4X, 4Y? So where are you? Let's see what chat is. Okay, let's see. I'm too fast, too furious. Oh, is the volume not good? Okay, let me see. I'll push this up a bit. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Woolly is somewhere in 4Y, somewhere in 4Y. So we're going to put the word woolly. Well, I'm not going to write the whole word out. Hell no. I'm just going to put in W here. This is for woolly. I'm somewhere in the middle of 2. Okay, so somewhere in the middle of 2. So we got here. It's tickler. Right here. But honestly, I think MMOs can get a little...
I'm not gonna lie, if you go over half an hour just to put your chat in there, I'm gonna skip it because everyone has their own way of playing it and everyone has their own opinion about it. I get the part where why she is doing it to show her chat, like how different people are on that chart and how different they all play, but yeah, it's also the part where I'm like, yeah, but everyone is different in playing, and It's not really a good comparison anyway, so...
Let's all admit it here. People can get a little bit shitty in an MMO because the MMO is kind of like the world, and we all share it, and we all have to live with each other, whether we like each other or not. So let's continue and find out how he defines hardcore. Okay, let's find out.
On the other hand, would be something like, the new raid tier just came out, and guys, we got this schedule going, make sure you eat. And I mean real food and sleep. Get your rest, because we are not sleeping for the next 3 days in order to get our week 1 clear. That is a hardcore mindset. Not because they're going to be raiding for a long time, but because they're going in with the express goal to kill it as quickly as possible. Now that I have said that, it is possible for a casual and a hardcore player to enjoy all different types of content in this game. Hardcore and casual can enjoy ultimate raids. Now, conversely, you could be hardcore about...
So this is remarkable. The paper tablet created for people who like to take notes. It even feels
things that aren't difficult to do on a skill level. For example, doing relics. You could be hardcore about getting relics. Right? Relics take a really long time to get. And so you can be a hardcore mindset of, I'm gonna do nothing but relic grind for the next month. And I want to do that because I love relic. Right? That is hardcore too. And now in summary, my thesis states that if you consider yourself casual or hardcore, it does not matter when we're talking about the difficulty of content. You decide your mindset and you decide how you feel. So, that said, Dojo content is at a perfect difficulty. And I'm saying this as myself, a washed up raider, and now super casual player. I just play to have fun because it's a game. And games that have battle content, by the way, are fun with a healthy dose of challenge. You know, there's the extreme version of that, which is, you know, Dark Souls type of stuff, right? Like, that is super hard, and that's the point. This game isn't meant to be super hard unless you want that. There is content for that challenge. But in general, the things that are supposed to be done by the general player base, you still want to have a bit of healthy challenge there. Otherwise, it's boring. For everybody, being able to just go into a dungeon and face roll it without thinking about anything is not engaging gameplay. Now, you may...
Okay, I first want to come out and say I actually really agree with him here, okay? I'm just very scared to get started talking about this because I want to make my own video about this. But essentially, I agree. Dawn Trail is not, so far, too difficult. Did I die one time in a solo duty? Yes. Or did I die twice? Chat will tell me. I don't know. However, I died once or twice in solo duty, and I died 6 times in the dungeon with NPCs, and I died, I'm trying to think, once in the trial. Okay, so for the dungeon disaster, shall we call it, general disaster, I died twice in mob instances, or was it in the first bosses? I forget. But the 4 times I died fighting the final boss. And let's talk about that, because obviously I think chat will know I was kind of beating myself up toward the end because I felt like I was making a stupid error every now and then, and it cost me. And I was playing Summoner, which is the most brain-dead class you can play ever. This is not intended to be difficult, and it's not intended to be crazy. However, even though I was struggling, as I have been, I've been struggling with solo duties. Like, the first time I go through a solo duty, I always struggle the first the first 2 or 3 times. I've been struggling with the solo duties since Stormblood. So Stormblood was where things started getting very difficult for me, and I've never pressed easy. I've always just died and started again as normal. I don't like going easy on myself. I just know I need to learn. I need to prog the solo duty fight. But there are people out there who I think have been consuming too much mobile game shit, and they just want to mindlessly press 3 buttons, and the idea of pressing more than 3 buttons in the correct order at the correct time while dodging mechanics, it's just too much for them. And it's no longer fun because it's no longer brain dead, because they've been trained, not just by mobile games but also by Final Fantasy XIV itself in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Although I have had the most difficult experiences and had the most toxic experiences in 14 dungeons in Shadowbringers. Specifically, for some reason, those dungeons, I don't know. But all this to say, I think there are a lot of people out there who come in and just want it fed to them like pablum, and that's not fun. That's not actual fun. And I think everyone who has their head screwed on straight knows that. And if you do lack confidence, if you know that you're a slow learner, if you know that you're going to die a ton of times, 14 is one of those games that gives you a chance to run it with NPCs so you don't feel terrible if you're messing up someone's time because you're dying forever in a day. That's a hardcore note taker. I know a ton of people who love no challenge in WoW. Apparently, Shay, those people are coming out in 14 right now. But I think what he's saying is your average player enjoys a bit of challenge. We're not talking about Elden Ring levels here. We're not talking about ultimates or extremes or anything. He's talking about predictability. That being said, WoW is a whole other thing here, right? That is a whole other thing, because WoW has different ways of handling mechanics, and WoW has, although people have told me that you no longer need as many add-ons to run WoW, from what I understand, if you want to do like Mythic something Mythic Plus, I think there is some expectations from people that you can do certain things. And so once again, the way things are set up in WoW appears so far to be a bit different in terms of 14. 14 is an example of things getting a bit too safe, perhaps. However, for some people, Endwalker, for example, was very, very easy. Look at Tessa. Tessa's like, we're bored of Endwalker's in-out stack spread copy and paste mechanics. So for people like Tessa, who are very awake to physical experience, who probably have better reflexes, who have more natural abilities, Endwalker was probably a bit of a snorefest. For me, I did not run any of Endwalker with anybody for the first couple tries because of the struggles I was having running the content, the basic MSQ dungeons, not even the hard ones. I never cleared. I tried to do. I can now say it because of. Wait a minute, is Sim in chat? I hope he's not in chat. Sim, run away if you're in chat, or just like mute for a couple seconds. I tried to clear end singer extreme, and I could never clear it. We ran out of time, and the group didn't want to go back and try again. And part of me is, how can I say it? Part of me felt like it was partially me, because there was just this one mechanic I cannot clear. Like, I cannot get past it. It's definitely interesting how many different perspectives there are on what defines hardcore. I wonder how many people in the comments consider themselves as casual players, because to myself, I would consider nearly everyone even engaging in the conversation, watching it on a level more hardcore than casual, compared to a lot of other casual people who don't bother thinking this far. Ooh, good one, Steam. So let's pretend, okay, let's pretend I could make a 3D model. Let's pretend I could make a 3D model. It would be fascinating to see if we had a 3D model going this way, right? And this would present a third dimension, which would be a community awareness, right? So this would be no community awareness, and this would be lots of community awareness. So yeah. So this could your thing sounds a lot like Asmongold. Asmongold suggests that by simply interacting with the streamers and with YouTube content, you are elevating yourself beyond the casuals. But yeah, it could be investment as well. Could be investment, Shay. It could be, we could call it investment, but time is also investment, right? So there's time investment here already. I guess the casuals and MMOs are fathers with full-time jobs who used to play them as kids, and now they just want to chill in the game they used to love. Yep. Or, for example, Preach's wife started playing. Her skill level. Okay, so let's put in Preach's wife here, Emma. I enjoyed her streams. There were a few times.
Hey, sunshine. Yeah, you keep running. I'll keep watching at your booty. We all have our little joys in life, don't we? Mwah! Have a good morning, dear.
Lower skill, less time. So she would go somewhere here. And it's not that she's not smart, okay? When we're putting people in lower skill here, we're not saying they're stupid. We're saying
I haven't seen enough of the game.
They have not had the experience.
Yeah, that's why what the 100 levels are for.
She's just simply not had the experience.
If you go up to level 100, it's where you get experience.
She could totally drift this way.
Not the savage ones, but
this way. I think
like that is a problem I have with the entire part. Like people who are saying I have been playing since Stormblood. Well, then you should know your limits and what you can and cannot do. If you're talking about savage raiding and you can't do that, then I'm sorry. Then you should know that. Going through all the other things. If you're saying I can't do the story, I think it's a you problem, because you should know at that point, like the guy said, he was having issues because he couldn't, if he's in groups, his hands start shaking and he had so much anxiety. And to me, I look at that and I'm like, my man, why are you even playing an MMO then? For the story? There's one time in the entire story where you actually have to group up with random players. All the rest you can do solo. You can ignore everyone. Like that's what I don't get about the post. Like it's someone complaining it's too hard, and then he starts talking about how he is like super anxious to just be with people or in groups because he thinks he's wasting everyone's time probably then. I don't know, I don't think he gives a reason, but I might have skipped that part. Because to be honest, if you're that anxious to play with people, why are you playing an MMO? It's not a single player game. It is still an MMO. I love this game. Yeah, I do too. But if I got anxious every time I just start playing a game, it's like Apex maybe for me. I know I get very angry when I play that game. So if I have a day where I'm like, nah, I can't deal with it today, I don't play it. Because right now I have that part a lot, like I'm not playing it because I don't want to deal with it. But the moment you go like, oh yeah, it's too hard because I get anxious, I'm sorry, that's a you problem, my man. It's not a game problem. It's a you problem. Maybe you should identify it as a you problem and not go like the game is too hard. No, you shouldn't be able to face roll everything. It's boring, it's one-sided, nobody likes it except maybe 2 or 3 people.
Right now, like as of when I was watching her, she was over here. Like she was struggling with the camera and everything. But
That's
this
fine.
is generally, I think, the path that people take.
Struggling with the camera in Final Fantasy XIV is the beginner's thing for everyone. The camera, the interface, the maps, everything. Once you get to like, well, 2030, let's say, all of that is like normal.
Zot was a nightmare. Oh my gosh, Mirokos, the
And if you fucking boost, it's still a you problem. And you can't blame the game for it because you decided to skip 80 levels of things that you should learn.
Boss and Zot, I died so many times.
Okay.
I consider myself medium, hard to hardcore capable, and casual by choice. A medium hardcore collector, a hardcore AF RPer, but not a para RPer, Shudder, and a hardcore WoW player by time spent. Yeah, she has clearly thought about herself quite a bit. I'm an ambitious one, for sure. I have ambitions, but it takes me a long time to get there. Is difficulty and challenge alone what defines hardcore? I'd say highly unlikely. Well, this guy here is talking about mentality. It's about mentality, about how you approach it, right? So his idea is that casuals could approach very difficult content, but they're not coming at it with like, we need to be perfect, we need to get it done now, 0 mistakes, right? Like, it's more laid back and more chill.
Yeah, that's what a casual is technically.
Right? And another thing that I think a lot of people, when they're talking about this, they're not considering personality as well. I think some personalities tend to be way more intense and demanding than other personalities. I think some people, by nature, would approach their job, their family, their relationships with this hardcore or this casual mentality, and it leaches into their gaming as well. You know, that's just a fact. So he's talking more about mentality. So for him, hardcore, once again, it's a mindset. So we'll say this is a laid back, chill, at your own pace. This would be another mindset would be
A
I
hardcore
don't want to use the
one?
word aggressive because that's not fair. Intense, intentional, driven. So, for example, with Final Fantasy XIV, I am super invested. I have like over 2,500 hours in less than, I think I've been playing for like 2 years and a half. Let's say I'm clocking 1,000 hours a year. I think I'm what you would call a very invested player. I love my Catboy. Everyone who's watched me on stream has seen how invested I am in my, like, the physical person and the glams and everything surrounding my Catboy. I'm very, very much invested in Nico. I'm very much invested in the story. But that does not necessarily make me hardcore.
By default, indeed.
Okay, we're just gonna ignore Ben and Party, even though I kind of did. Yeah, Epic is like super invested. I consider myself to be highly invested, but I would not call myself a hardcore player. But I do sometimes have a bit of a competitive spirit that I keep in a box, in a Pandora box, and it comes out when I start failing at something. And when someone says something about my performance to me, even if they're right, it makes me dislike myself more. So I have to be very careful about how I handle myself. Like, it's a self-regulation. I have to regulate myself, because otherwise I start taking it too seriously. If people are like, oh, you're shit, I will spiral. And I don't like it when I spiral. So then I have to, like, tell myself to get a grip. I have to walk away. I gotta go touch grass. I gotta be like, you know what, this is just a game. It's gonna be fine. But inside... but inside I'm just like looking at myself and the other person. I'm highly invested, but I'm not a hardcore player. Yeah, I'm Heroicos, exactly. I think there are tons of people who are heavily invested, but I don't think that makes them hardcore.
Yeah.
So once again, this is a tough definition, but so far I do agree he's right. I don't think Dawn Trail is too difficult. Have I died lots? Yes. Does it mean it's too difficult? No. It just means I got a little bit of a curve where I gotta learn, I gotta figure things out. Like, nowadays, I can run Mount Gulg, and most times the tank will not die under my watch. Recently, the tank did die, but the tank told me it was my fault. It was because the 2 DPS didn't use a limit break on the mobs. So it wasn't my fault. So, yay. But, yeah.
I don't
so let's
use
keep
the
going.
limit break
So
on
far,
mobs
I like what
after.
he's saying.
May think otherwise, and that's okay, right? We can agree to disagree there. The reason I wanted to preface about casual versus hardcore, and it's actually just a mindset, is because how you view challenge is also a mindset. You can go into a dungeon and wipe, and that's okay. Nobody's gonna be mad at you. It's fine. Everybody has to learn. It's one of the greatest things you learn.
He says that. He says that. Okay. But let me tell you.
I agree with this, what she's going to
People are
say,
like,
probably.
yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is a very accepting community. And, you know, it's not as toxic as WoW. That's true. It probably is not as toxic as WoW. But for some reason, I've had some fairly interesting experiences, okay? Because there's a level of acceptability, okay? So let me talk about that. Let's talk about levels of acceptable suckiness, okay? So died one time. Most people think fine. That's, you know, everyone's like, this is fine, you're fine, right? A-holes will hate you. Okay? Fuck them. They can go die in a hole. If you die 2 to 3 times, most people will be fine.
Bro, are you
But
okay?
the small dick energy players will hate you. And many capable players will hate you. They will dislike you immensely. Okay? Now, what if you die 4 to 7 times in a dungeon? This
How?
says everyone will hate you. Except me. Except me. Okay, so recently I played we battled Insinger, and I went in as a white mage. So I was doing healing. It'd been a while since I ran it. I died, I think, 2 times. There was a bard in that trial who died at least 10 times. Okay? I did not leave that trial hating him or thinking worse of him. I was just like, oh, there he goes again.
It's bad if it's
you
like
have to wait a bit. My man is dead.
like
Right?
a bit like yesterday. If it's like
Woolly exasperation is not hate. No. But I'm talking about hate. I'm not talking about exasperated.
exasperated is what I am.
Exasperation is not
There
hate.
you
You're
go
absolutely
again.
Right.
That is exasperation, if I'm
But I'm
not
not talking
mistaken.
about exasperation. I'm talking about what will push people to say something mean in the chat.
Not a lot, actually.
That's not exasperation. That's misbehavior. So we're not talking about exasperating. If we're talking about exasperating, dying once, okay. If we're talking about exasperation, that's different. Die times 1, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Die times 2 to 3, the a-holes at the top will be exasperated. And no, I think a-holes would still make a comment.
Probably.
No, they're just bad people.
Look,
Put
it can be bad people, but you
most
can
people
also
would
be
not
like
care. Dying 2 to 3 times.
person number 8 that dies there
Some
for the
people.
second, third time. Like, there is also
will be exasperated.
a level to...
Usually, like the people having a bad day, stuff like that. They'll be exasperated. Dying 4 to 7 times. SD people. Most gamers.
I will have
And
questions.
die times 8 plus.
I will have questions just because I want to know why
If
you're dying.
incessantly, even some people will be exasperated. But I'm not talking about exasperation. Exasperation, people keep it to themselves.
Yeah, or you can
People
hear
keep
me
it to
yell on
themselves.
stream.
They'll shout at the monitor. Party will shout at the monitor. People will shout at the monitor. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who say things in chat. People who say things in chat. I'm invested if the writing is good, but I guess that's most virginal gamers. No, I get that, Leo. I'm more like that myself. If the story grabs me and if I care about my character, then yeah. The people angry over wipes usually helped cause it and don't want to admit it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. In my experience, the people who were angry at me were... I don't know. I couldn't tell you if they were the ones who were causing the wipes. Party says the second time someone was angry at me, it was their fault, but I can't say. I don't know. It matters whether or not the group needs you. I think you have a point there. I think if you have a failing tank or healer, that can definitely impact the exasperation / extreme dislike / hate.
Hate is a big
They
word.
don't give a shit if they're capable of soloing the place. Yeah. There are online games that are impossible to get into as a beginner because the gatekeeper hardcore incel virginal gamers like Dota. I dare anybody here to go and try it. Yeah, I don't want to do that. But I will
Sure,
say, like,
I don't see an
played
issue with it.
Eve Echoes, which is Eve Online's mobile baby sister, with like people who were like crushing numbers every single day and doing spreadsheets. Like, you know, I helped with the spreadsheets. I'm not gonna lie, I enjoy spreadsheets, but because of the way that game is played, most people wouldn't go after you. Let's just say that. If you die in Mythic Plus, you may as well get the fuck out the gameplay mode forever. Yeah, if someone criticizes how I play, I can get triggered, and it's a matter of pay for my sub, and I'll care about your opinion, but more colorful. I only care if people dying content causes a wipe. Mistake is a mistake, but constant mistake that wastes my time is grating. Yeah, but what's constant, Rufus? How many times is constant? Right?
But how many times a day is constant? Like if you're the
How
number...
many times is constant? Because I died in a dungeon 4 times.
That's
Six
if
times.
it's the same thing, yeah, that's enough. That's already a
How much is
constant.
constant?
Because at number 2 I will
3
ask.
times back to back? Oh my gosh, yeah. So this bard, I swear, he or she probably died at least 10 times in a single trial.
Yeah, exasperation right there. Me
That's like what, a 10-minute fight?
me sitting there like, how?
I think it was a 10-minute fight. It's not a long fight. It does feel a bit long. There was a lot of different people dying. Once again, I died at least twice, maybe 3 times. To be honest, even many deaths can be forgiven if it's in a fight that's well known to trick you into death. Yeah. Strongly worded suggestions is common after wipe, not full-on flaming in my experience. Yeah. I've experienced someone leaving a dungeon telling me that they are blacklisting me. And another one left the dungeon and told me I was a shit healer.
Yeah, okay.
I've experienced the dark side of 14. Now, once again, this is not exasperation. We're not talking about exasperation here.
You don't know
I'm
that.
not talking about people feeling upset. I'm not saying you can't feel upset if someone is constantly dying and doesn't seem to want to learn, right? We're not talking about that, right? We're talking about people who are being, you know, who are being verbally not kind in chat. Let's just say that. We're not talking about feeling exasperated. I think it's totally fine to be exasperated.
Look. This is one of those arguments. You can be exasperated, but you cannot be verbally mean in chat. Why not? If I see, like, as a healer for sure, if I see someone die to a mechanic 6 times in a row, same mechanic, and because of it we do not clear, I will be exasperated. Because after the second or third time I will just ask, like, what is wrong, what are you not getting from this mechanic? So I will explain them first. But after I explain it twice, I will also be like, my dudes, what is so hard that you don't get about this mechanic? I even explained it to you. And that exasperation will turn into mean words into chat. After like 6 or 7 times, same boss, same mechanic. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know how it works. I just explained to you how it works and what you should do. I don't get it. I will explain it to you one more time. and pray, and I do mean pray, that you get it this time. Or else, I swear to God, I will rescue you into your position and tell you to fucking stop moving during that, cause whew. Yeah, no, I'm like, this is also called Chico Kumo, Chico with a CH, IE. But yeah, it's, I will get exasperated after 6 wipes, definitely. And I will just turn to the one who is the problem and go like, dude, what is it you don't get? Like, I explained you the mechanic, I told you how to dodge it, and you're still standing in it. Don't get me wrong, there are tough mechanics, and I will not say anything about it, because how? I know a lot of people that have issues with it, like the last trial, the wall part. I always see half of the party die, and I'm like, yeah, this happens. Let's just not talk about it at this point, because this happens. On the other hand, it shouldn't have happened, but you know, you cannot have it all. Slime monster. Yeah, you can say whatever you want at that point, but no one is going to keep their composure after you wipe for 6. No, well, not a lot of people will keep their composure, and I think they're correct in not keeping their composure after 5-6 times. I think at that point you are allowed to get angry because it's just someone wasting your time. And as I always say, I am playing a game, so I will always be wasting my time. But there's also a limit to that. Like, if I explain to you something that how it works twice, yeah, the unflattering words will happen. That's in most games just like that. Like, especially most games, they don't even have that kind of patience. It's more like you do it wrong once, they'll explain it. You do it wrong twice, you get kicked. That's how those games work, and it's like, it's fine, but you can't expect someone to learn like that. But if I explain it to you 2 or 3 times, you're still doing it wrong, that to the point where I have to rescue you into the mechanic to show you like this is how it's done, then yeah, no.
Treated with somebody
There are limits.
Who is holding the whole group back because of them being obviously lazy or standing in puddles on purpose because they are greeting or not doing a very basic mechanic, right? Like that. Obviously, we're not talking about guiding someone or telling someone how to improve in a specific, situation.
But that is also seen as being toxic to people already if you just explain the mechanic. So yeah, there's no escaping of being toxic these days because it all is toxic. If I explain a mechanic, the response would be, you don't pay my sub. Which is highly inflammatory for me, because I'm like, my man, I'm trying to help you. And then comes the usual part like, yeah, when did that happen? Last time when we did Big Cactus. I was being called toxic because I explained them how the fucking cactus mechanic works. It's like, you don't pay my sub? Okay, buddy. I am no longer picking you off of the fucking floor. You can go die in a corner. Carried the bitch through it, but, you know, not everything that people say is toxic is toxic. Like, a lot of it is exaggerated as well.
We're not talking about giving tips or hints, okay?
It is
We're
considered
talking
toxic.
about people who are being verbally negative when maybe they didn't have to be.
That is subjective and an
What if you
opinion
go
of
off in
yours.
chat every time some asshole says something to someone else in chat, asking for a friend? Yeah. There are so many potential things that can cause these from both subjective points of view from the players themselves, but also depending on the game's design, such as how punishing other consequences. Yeah, I totally get Mythic Plus, because from what I understand, Mythic Plus has a key that can be burned, right? And
It has to be
there's
burned.
maybe some kind of time limit. I'm not
Yep,
sure.
there is a time
It
limit.
seems a bit more punishing. Whereas 14, though, if you're in a dungeon, what are you doing?
Watching anime.
I can solo dungeons as a tank, so healers dying doesn't phase me. Yeah. Although Party and I had a situation where a tank tanked the final boss all on their own for 15 to 15 minutes. We were so mad. I hate that. I get angrier when I'm healing. What is the maximum amount of wipes you'll typically have in 14 before you get generally upset and don't want to continue with the group?
5
Yeah.
or 6.
How many amount of wipes?
5 or 6.
Because, well, that tank was so rude. Did they say something to you, Party? I've never given up on a group yet. I've never ditched a group.
I've never had
I've
to
never
before.
voted abandon. One time, Party and I, we were running a therochemical. It was Party's first time running it, and we ended up with all 4 of us. I was the only one who wasn't a sprout, and I think we were in there for at least
That gives
an hour.
that gives an excuse to me. If there's sprouts,
more.
I'm more
It
forgiving.
took at least 5 to 7 wipes before everybody felt comfortable with beating Ascian Prime.
Well, that's fine. Well, yeah, as I said, sprouts to me get the extra benefit of the doubt.
I'm much more forgiving though, and it does get on my nerves when people get unnecessarily mean to less skilled players. Yeah. If you're a cozy player, then is it casual or hardcore? I think casual. Like, I think casuals would be... Oh, good point. Leo has a good point. Cozy would be more about the game. Yeah, maybe cozy
Cozy
gamers
is casual.
would lean toward being casual, but I think there
Depends
are
what they're
hardcore
doing,
cozy gamers.
basically.
Like the people playing Animal Crossing can be really hardcore. Yeah, that's the Etherochemical Research Facility. Yeah, Etherochemical. That's what I said. Yeah,
Ascian
fighting
Prime.
Ascian Prime. I'm pretty sure we wiped. We were in there for a while. "14 has more toxic positivity issues, for sure. Yes, I agree. There are some people who have told me, oh, I can't give advice in 14 because I'll get banned. And I'm like, we give advice all the time. Party gives advice all the time. I give advice all the time. It's how you're giving the advice and what you're actually saying. And it's also how you go about it. You ask them, hey, do you want some tips? And if they're interested, or if they're just having a bad day, most people will let you know. I think there are these people out there who want to get away with being rude, and they pretend.
If we're at wipe 5 or 6, I'm no longer asking, you want a tip? Because clearly someone doesn't know what to do. Sometimes it's even me. And I will just go like, yeah, just tell me how this works, or tell me how this works. It's not like, yeah, you cannot give any advice. It's more of a, at that point I'm at the hashtag skill issue part, but you can't say that either, because apparently that is being toxic. I think how the game is prescribed to people and how it actually is also very different. It's the same as like the VTuber world. How it is prescribed and how it really is very different. Oh, this one. Like there's so many people in like VTuber world that will say like, I support small streamers and I support everyone and everyone is welcome. All you have to do is listen to their response when someone reads them with like 1 to 10 people. The only one that I can say that sounded like 2, sorry, because I cannot put more in here. Well, more or less also 3. So you have a few that are very happy. Like I can think of 3 right now. Like Morla, Vampy, and what's that? Semi. Those are the first 3 that pop in my mind. Like yeah, those are always happy when I rate them, even if it is just with a party of 2. Which also makes it more likely that I will rate him. Evelyn does it as well. She is also happy even if I just rate her with 1 or 2 people, but go to someone who has over 100 viewers and they will barely see it. I think the only one that is like that high with viewers is Vampy, who has actually noticed me rating her. Which is big props to her, like really. She is the only one that I can say that did this. For like that high of a viewer count. I sometimes see her with like, what is it, 100 viewers online. And if you rate her with 1, she still takes you. Like, she still is very friendly, she talks to you for like a little while. It definitely be like that, but if you go over to like other people who have that amount of quote-unquote fame, they'll say hi, thank you for the raid, and then move on. It's not like, hi, thanks for the raid, what have you been doing? For those who don't know me, like the entire introduction part doesn't happen. It's just, hi, thanks for the raid, move on. Which is wrong in my opinion, but because if they then come in with like someone with like 50 or 100 viewers raiding in, they're like, hi, thank you for the raid, my name is, and they do the entire introduction. Like, anyways, differences in those things. Alright. Oh yeah, that is what I mean with some parts are portrayed like nice. Like as I said, Final Fantasy is portrayed as this very noob, person-friendly space. But it can also be very toxic. If you're gonna say we cannot have that, then clearly you haven't played a lot of MMOs. We can try to fight it, but there's also this thing, like as I said, if when you're gonna get people who are taking the completely opposite road of this, and that is like, as I said yesterday, I wiped like 6 times on the giant cactuar. off stream, luckily, but you know, still happened. And then I get exhausted because I already explained them how the cactuses work, and they're just like, yeah, but you don't pay my sub, don't tell me what to do, and I'm like, my man, I'm just going to let you die. I no longer care about you, and I can make this dungeon work without you. It's like when you run into these stupid things like tanks never, even when you tell them to, tanks not putting on their tank stands. Because you don't pay my sub. No, I do not pay your sub. And I wouldn't want to pay your sub because I want to have good players in this game. Call it elitist, call it whatever you want, but I want to have good players in the game as well. People who he actually can think for themselves a little bit. Is the elitist? Maybe. But wiping 6 times in a dungeon for me is my maximum, even if I have to explain you everything. Like, I'll be happy to explain it to you. As a healer, I'll be happy to rescue you. But don't start yelling at me, you don't pay my sub, when I have to rescue you every time for a mechanic. Because clearly what you're saying is, I cannot waste your time, but you can waste mine. Which I think, again, then is wrong for the person's standpoint that used the entire part of you don't pay my sub. Like, as I said, that there's a 2-tier system for there's a 2-tier thinking about everything. Are a lot of people toxic? More of them are, I will say, especially since the entire, like, Antwalker team, and then all the WoW players coming over definitely also increased the toxic part that came over to the game. Was it noticeable? Oh yes. But is it like super annoying at this part? I don't think so. Unless you go over the thing that they have now. It's like, because I'm also the opinion, I think people made that post about the game being too hard just for attention. Why? Because to me he doesn't really have like any clear-cut evidence. As I said, I don't understand at some point even why he is playing an MMO, because he's saying like he cannot play with other people. He got so anxious that his hands start shaking and all that. I was like, man, why are you torturing yourself like this and playing an MMO if you cannot play with other people? Well, yeah, there's like you need to think about everything like from 2 perspectives. And I think most creators only do it from 1. Like, this one is more aiming towards, I would say, casuals. And yeah, wiping is fine, and I don't get upset and all that, and I'm like, yeah, I agree with that, you shouldn't get upset, but there's a limit. Like, there's a limit to it, for sure. You're gonna make me wipe 6 times in a dungeon, we're not gonna have a good time. Because I will get angry at you. Especially if you wipe again on the same mechanic. I will get angry at you. So yeah, it's all in moderation, I guess.
That their freedom of expression is...
Oh yeah, and just calling people a-holes because they get angry after 1 or 2 wipes. I think that is a bit harsh. I would say they are a-holes if they start like cussing you out after 2 wipes, then yeah, after 1 or 2 wipes, sure, but just because they say
Being
something,
violated because
nah.
the world is asking them to have etiquette. And that's not toxic positivity, that's being a decent, polite person in a shared world. However, toxic positivity about the content is a real thing, for sure.
This
And
is
there are
already
people in 14 who can't take any kind of
criticism.
or any kind of criticism at all.
Yes,
But
correct.
once again, we're not talking about that problem. We're talking about people with difficulties, struggles, getting railroaded. And it does happen. It just doesn't happen maybe as much as in WoW. Okay, so I was right. Epic says Mythic has a time limit, and the key you need for Mythic degrades on each failed attempt. Yeah, there you go. That's punishing. That is super punishing. That's why people are like freaking out, because they're like, OMG, like I only get this one key or whatever. I don't think I've ever been upset with a wipe, except when my static killed me in a savage clear. Like, thanks, kill your only healer 60 seconds away from the clear. Oh my gosh, yeah, that would sting. Yes, yeah, exactly, VLX. Yeah, so Mythic is a system that is encouraging people to be toxic. Yeah. The key doesn't get burned, it goes down levels. So if we're doing Mythic plus 14 and we lose, it goes down to 13. And wouldn't that mean you get less great prizes?
Less loot. Less good loot. Or that you have to run more mythics. Because it only, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
It
The
goes
tank
up
that was
as well.
soloing was in the league as well, yeah. He was like, yeah, I just wanted to see if I could. He didn't even tell us. We had to sit there for ages. We were so mad.
I mean, you're mad about that. I'm mad about
when
wiping
I start
6
getting
times.
annoyed at the group. Depends on the content. Interesting, Ben. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, if you're doing Savage,
If
not
I
really.
join Ooh, Rufus is making a great point here.
If I join an extreme and it has a clear party.
An important thing to keep in mind is expectations. If I join an extreme farm, then one mistake is fair enough. But when we're 3 wipes in, then it's not a real farm, as it's a thinly veiled carry group. I agree. Clapping for Rufus. Okay, and that's why I never join a farm group. So I cleared P1S, P2S, P3S, okay? Even though I never successfully cleared the extreme, I was like, I want to try the Savage Raid. I love this whole thing. I want to try it. Okay. I have never joined a farm. The few times I went back to do re-clears just for fun, just to like keep my hand in, I would always go in with a learning group. So I was like, this is a re-clear for me, but like, I just want to see if I can still do it. Right? I would never join a farm. Because for you to be in a farming group, I 110% agree. You have to be able to do it with your eyes half closed, asleep with your feet. Groups tend to give 2 to 3 wipes before the group disbands and higher end content. Yeah, and it might depend as well on the situation, right, Jonathan? Like, for example, when I was running, so I cleared the pandemonium stuff in Party Finder. And so we went in knowing that we were going to die multiple times. And it was totally fine. Most people were fine.
Yeah.
I had actually less issues running Savage tier content in Party Finder than I have in dungeons. And I think it's because the amount of time you spend in dungeons is so much larger, like longer, so you're going to have a higher chance of getting someone who's really crappy. Whereas I think a lot of groups figure out a way to eject issue members from their group if things start going downhill in a Savage prog. I think this happened a decade ago, but a Dota player got angry at one of his own group, and they lived in the same city, so they found themselves on Facebook and beat the shit out of each other. Holy crap, that does sound a bit like EVE Online though, right, Leo? Like, situations in EVE Online where people would like
The Russians.
fuck other corporations over, and they would meet with members in real life and turn them, and then like there would be like all of this like skull
One of the
That's
Russians
also
actually cut a
endangered
power
in the
line
shadows.
to shut off a Titan in even line. I played that game, so
I'll vote to kick AFK. Yes, AFK, I agree. If someone's AFK and just drifting around, get them out. Yeah, get them out. Vote to kick assholes. Chat or sabotage. I suppose in WoW, sabotage would be a thing, right? Where like you'd have like a tank running in and just putting certain tank busters on groups of people for lulz, Leroy Jenkins style.
do
Put
they
a
even have
healer
tank
on an
busters?
asshole tank. If he kicks another player or players start willfully leaving, yeah. It sounds like if I ever get into WoW, I will want to play with Jade. I will shelter underneath her wings. Toxic positivity is an issue in 14, yeah.
There's no such
That's hardcore
like
with some mental illness sprinkled around. Yeah.
like no joke. How can you have something that is toxic but also be positive? Toxic positivity just sounds like a joke from the start. Like, yes, you're doing this thing that is bad, but it's positive. No, it's either toxic or it's not. Toxic positivity to me sounds like a joke and something that was invented to just make another category at this point. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of things that people can think is good and is wrong. But that is not toxic positivity. It's still toxicity, that's it. Like I said, toxic positivity to me is just already such a word that I'm going like, it sounds so stupid. It's toxic, but it's positive. A rattlesnake bit me, but it's fine. Huh? You know, it's toxic, but it's positive.
Hey, let me give you some advice. You're shit and you suck at everything you do and should pick a different class or get good. At what point is being bad at a team game becomes rude and inconsiderate to other people? I think if you're going AFK and you're expecting other people to run the dungeon without you, that's rude and inconsiderate. If you're attacking people, that's rude and inconsiderate. You obviously don't know how to be in a team and you don't know how to communicate properly, so you need to get right. If you are greeting, constantly greeting, if you're pre-pulling, if you are a Lala healer in diapers, constantly pulling the mobs in a raid before any tank gets into the floor, you're being rude and inconsiderate. I might be thinking of a very specific player. That's for me. I have a very high threshold, I think, because once again, because I am aware that I'm not perfect as a player, so I know
Nobody is.
that maybe other people, like, I tend to be more gracious with people because I want other people to deal graciously with me. I want to treat other people the way I want to be treated. I personally like it when people are a bit more upfront with me and critical in a helpful way. So, for example, there was a time when I was running as a tank, and it was as a paladin, and I was really struggling with doing it well. And someone came to me and was like, "Hey, have you done tanking before?" I said, "No, this is fairly new to me. I don't tank a lot.
Alright, let's
I'm
walk
not very
you
good
through
at
this.
Paladin. It turns out Paladin is actually not my tank class at all. It's actually Warrior.
Everyone's the tank
And I
class
was like,
is
"Do you
warrior.
have any tips?" And so we stood there for about 10 to 15 minutes and we talked. And there was nothing wrong with that, right? Because I
No.
actually don't mind learning. It's when people are being rude, right? You never answer rudeness with rudeness. If someone else is being extremely rude by being, let's say, being a complete twat in the dungeon, I don't actually like it when you you do not overcome evil with evil, but overcome evil with good. I just, me personally,
Okay,
I
Spider-Man.
don't like being rude just because someone else is being inconsiderate. I don't think you're ever justified to be rude and inconsiderate just because someone else is being rude and inconsiderate. That's my personal conviction. That's my opinion. There are other people out there, of course, in chat probably, who disagree with me and who believe that you can be rude and inconsiderate to other people if they are being rude and inconsiderate.
Yes.
And that's, of course, your, that's how you want to run it. But personally, for me, like, whether someone is not, let's say someone is not doing mechanics on purpose, they're greeting, they're pre-pulling. I've seen healers running ahead of my sister when she's tanking to force her to tank more.
Faster, yes.
I've seen tanks pulling too much at some times when their healers are clearly struggling and not using their mitigation properly.
Welcome to the hero
DPS
life.
pulling more than the tank was willing to take
Yep.
because the DPS wanted to rush through the dungeon. I've seen lots of people behaving rude. I've also seen people dying for very stupid reasons because, let's say, they decide to get up and go away from the keyboard to grab something or do something and they didn't tell anyone that. So let's say some tank goes in, da-da-da-da. We've also had situations where party will be in a cutscene and the tank will start pulling the boss and won't even care in the
That's a
dungeon
no-no.
if she's watching something, which I also consider to be rude and inconsiderate. But at no point in time
Inconsiderate for sure.
being rude and inconsiderate is never justified. Canadian propaganda? No, that's a personal conviction. Has nothing to do with being Canadian. Canadians can be very rude. You should come and live here sometime. Can definitely be very rude. For sure. And once again, I can also be very rude and inconsiderate. But I'm just saying, I think it's very obvious when someone is being rude and inconsiderate in the dungeon. I just don't think that means you should be rude and inconsiderate, and that's my personal opinion. Nobody likes being misled or duped by others. Learning parties and Party Finder are always super chill. Yeah, Tessa, I think if you go in with openness and you're willing to learn and you know your basic rotation and you've watched a couple videos, like some people... Oh, speaking of rude and inconsiderate, I'm reminded. Okay, so I went into Party Finder, we were progging P2S.
P2.
And
Okay.
in the Party Finder dialogue, it said, hey, we want you to watch a video. So before I went in, I went in and I said, can anyone recommend videos? And they recommended Hector, who does like the diagrams, and then there was 2 or 3 videos that I could watch. So we watched these videos, we talked about strats, we talked about who was playing what class, right? It was all very fine. We needed one more player, and it had been going on for some time waiting, and this player comes in and was like, I don't want to watch videos, I want to run it blind.
Bye.
Is that rude and inconsiderate?
Yes. You are not respecting my time. We have said you should watch a video.
Refusing to watch videos when the party specifically requested to watch videos. I thought it kind of was. Because I had seen blind prog parties in Party Finder. Yep, yeah, Shay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah. Blue healers are the worst. Accidents happen, but deliberately doing multiple times is rude, yeah. I know some ladies who are my mom's age who start playing WoW to play with their grandchildren. They will not group with most groups because they don't want to be a burden, feel they would be rude. Yeah. I get that. I hate when non-tanks pull. It's a huge pet peeve. Yeah, it's like just run a dungeon as a tank.
If you're a healer,
2 green DPS and it's not fun.
if you're a healer and you heal someone while I'm tanking and the DPS is pulling, you're gonna die. You can you both can tank. I won't. I will just watch and hopefully see you die. And then when both of you are dead, probably all three because the other DPS will 9 out of 10 join in. If all three of you are dead, then I will pull. It's my speed when I'm the tank. If you're not agreeing to that, then good luck.
At all. When DPS are just like sitting around on their hands. Can't you use an AoE? There's an AoE there. You got an AoE at this level.
I hate it.
The amount of times I've let a few too eager healers pull things, nearly die just to save them at last moment. A lot of time they stop afterwards. Yeah. There was a tank that kept oh, what were they doing? No, it was a DPS kept pulling ahead of the tank. And the tank and my sis and I just stood back and watched the healer try to hold down a mob in Stone Vigil. Like a group. We're like, let's see if he realizes. They didn't read party finder descriptions, probably if they joined before asking. If you're upfront about that expectation, they join and still refuse, then yes. You can whisper the party leader to inquire before joining normally, yeah. They want to experience it blind, but they're going to make everyone else carry them for it.
Yeah,
Find a YOLO group.
It's not everyone is gonna carry them. It's more like you have to sit. You already talked about the strats. You know what you're gonna do. The other one is just going to waste more time sitting there like, no, I'm gonna do my thing because I have no idea what you're talking about. That's where it will end. Like, so yeah, I have a lot of questions with that, but there is like, I would say, as I said, there is always like a thing you have to notice about it is because I hear her talk from like, technically she is taking the casual position, like let's say that position, like she is going like, okay, 5 or 6 wipes, fine, you shouldn't get angry in chat and all that, and I'm taking a somewhat more hardcore position maybe, because I'm like, if I have to wipe 6 times to the same mechanic and I explained the mechanic to you and you still wipe 2 times, like 4th time I'm going to explain it, whether you like it or not, I'm gonna explain it, because I see you died with 4 times. Because to me at that time you're just, 1, wasting my time, 2, well, wasting everyone's time, and 3, you're just going like you don't really want to learn. Because if I say something, you're gonna say something in the regards of, you don't pay her my sub, and that's where the discussion will end. Because I already know I'm not going to get anything useful out of you the moment you say that. agree to disagree, I guess. God damn it. I just keep on coming, don't I? Quacker! Ah! Quacker! Oh well. I jumped in a bit too brazenly there, but you know. You live, you learn. All that good shit. You live, you learn, and now I can make food. Yes.
If watch a video was part of the recruitment post, he wasn't just rude but narcissistic as well. Wooly, you have no idea. And this person was like, it's okay, I'm a really good gamer, I'll pick it up. And we were really desperate, so we were like, okay, fine, okay, fine. Anyway, died within the first 5 seconds. Because he just didn't know. Like, you know what I mean? 5 seconds is a bit of a hyperbole. Okay, he died within the first 30 seconds. Yeah. So it was really funny because I felt, and I would totally agree with Wooly's assessment that he was a narcissist, because there's no way you should sign up for something and demand people do blind prog with you. Now, I happen to know that Party loves blind prog, so there will probably be some blind progging in my future at some point in time. However, this would be part of the Party Finder description. And there were other Party Finders I'm sure that you could eventually find that would have blind progging. So anyway, it was just, I felt like that person, because they died more times than we had by that point in time, like he was dying, or she was dying more times than I was dying. So it felt like to me, like they should have watched the video. Because that was what the group requested, and he was holding the rest of us back. I know a lot of tanks hate it. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on the dungeon for me, actually, Epic. There's some dungeons, and it depends on the tank I'm running, or the tank I'm healing, right? There's certain tanks, as a healer, there's certain tanks that are more difficult, and I don't appreciate, let's say I'm running an early dungeon with a Dark Knight, right, who's new, who has a sprout icon on, it's the first time, right, and someone's going ahead and pulling, get out of here. Stop it. Let them go at their own pace. If you want to do it faster, you can tank the next dungeon you run. And I'm not the tank. I usually don't tank. But yeah. I actually feel bad that Automated Looking for Group and WoW does not support all DPS groups. That's why we get DPS pulling for tanks. Oh. Interesting. The grand scheme of things, it wasn't a big deal. Pull off of them isn't difficult. It just makes the pull a bit more messy than it needs to be. Yeah, it's harder to round everything up. Yeah. I think what happens is some of the sprouts, especially Dark Knights, feel really squishy as a healer at certain levels. And so it's just a bit more difficult. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's see what else he says. We're going to go back here and still say, even if I'm coming from a more casual perspective, Dawn Trail's not hard.
As a quick side note, because I was, as I said, I'm making food right now. I am more on the quote-unquote elitist side. If you look at the entire watch a video part. Or I thought this was a farm party, because you know what is the most hateful thing about a farm party? It's dying on the first mechanic. And I can confidently say that yes, it happens a lot. Like, for example, now M1. You have kill for friend parties, you have re-clears, you have all those stuff, and you know what you get? You cannot get through Mauser 1. Mauser 1. It's insane to me. Like if you say it's a clear party, it's a kill party, and then you cannot get through Mauser 1. Mauser 1 is the first, in my opinion, first real mechanic. The rest are also like mechanics, but Mauser 1 is like the first big one. And it isn't even that hard. What is it again? She breaks the platforms, everyone is going to get knocked up. The one who has the knockup basically has to run to a platform, look to the corner on the opposite side, and they're always safe, and then the group always has to be sure that they're not in a cross from that player. That's it. That's the entirety of Mauser 1. Mauser 2 is with stacks and... Was it with stacks in between? Stacks and spreads, I think, in between. I think. So yeah, those are Mauser 1 and Mauser 2. And if you're going to say like it's a kill for a friend, oh it's a kill party, it's seen enraged a lot of time, and then you cannot get through Mauser 1. I will just get angry and leave after 4 wipes. Because I will be like, but man, what happened? You said this was a clear party. And then you get the response, I thought it was a clear party. And I'm like, alright, I'm out. Bye. Look for another tank. Do you wanna call it elitist? Fine. I call it fair. Like, if you get me to, if it was like, let's say, not even Mauser 1, but the twin shades. That's how the 2 clone part. If you die on that, I totally agree. It's the hardest mechanic in the entire fight. Is it super hard? Not really if you know what to do. I just have a terrible memory, so I forgot, so I'll probably need delete for this one. She is young, she still has a memory. I am an old man. I cannot remember. But yeah.
It's about your attitude, whether you enjoy a challenge, a little bit of a challenge. It's not even that much of a challenge. I died 6 times. That's 14 times less than 2 Sentinel.
From doing some of the more challenging content.
Like it's not even an it's not, oh my gosh. It's not even Elden Ring levels of like it's not even brutalizing. It's just you need fresh. Okay.
For challenging content in this game, like extreme primals or raiding or ultimate, is that it doesn't matter how many times you die. Eventually you die enough and you learn how not to die. Or sometimes, you know me, I die anyways, and every time it's a new thing for me, but whatever. Or...
So, this is what brings me back, okay? So Zephyla was talking about it, and the way she was talking about it, she was saying, like, I was running the dungeon with some sprouts, and they died a couple times, but each time they died, they seemed to learn from it. The problem is, like, some people learn a bit more slowly, and maybe they'll die at this next mechanic.
Yeah.
So it's like sometimes some people are not going to be as intuitively in tune with the physical experience of playing the game as other people.
Yeah.
So there is, I still hold to this, there is a threshold where
Yes, there is a threshold. Yes. But as he just said, eventually you die enough times that you basically don't die to it anymore because you know it's coming. You know the mechanic is coming, you know how to solve it. If you're gonna say like you cannot process that fast enough, I'm sorry, but what game have you been playing for 100 levels and if that is like, there is more than time enough for even like, let's say someone who is like 70, 80 years to do a mechanic. See it coming, you see either the big wah wah wah, you have to be here part, or you know it's on its way, so you don't really have to like worry too much about it. It's like, my dude, I thought you did this until level 100, or are you just I don't know. I think most people are just not made for the game. Period. Not everyone is made for MMOs, not everyone is made for FPS, not everyone is made even for video games. That's okay. But I think video games already, you can't really say no one is made for it because there are like so many different styles and varieties in it that I cannot really say like it's for no one, because somewhere in there will be a part that you can do. But not everything. And that's okay. Not every part of the game is also for a player, like, or to do with players. Like lamp farming, you can do that one on your own. RPing, even for some people ERPing. Not everyone might like it, but it's still part of the game. Or let me say, some people made it part of the game. And that is fine. Just don't make the game boring for everyone, because 5 people cannot follow basic mechanics. This is where I go back to the Xeno video, to the comment they deleted. This is a serious case of get good. You've been playing the game for 100 levels and you're still expecting to just them hand you things for doing nothing. My brother in Christ, have you actually been playing this game for 100 levels now or not? Like, it's easy to say like, I do not have the mental capacity for it, I need to like learn this game more, all that stuff. It's fine, you can learn more of the game. Definitely. All the power to you if you want to learn it. But to just go like, yeah, no, it's too hard, no. This shit is easy. It's interactive, but still easy. If you're gonna say I'm not a casual, like, I am one of the more casuals here. I am pretty much a casual. I only do savages because it's in a group, and I know the group won't get angry if I fuck up. But I can spend as many hours in like lamb farming or just weapons, mount farming, all that. My biggest reason to go into the entire savage thing was mounts. And the clears. Those two things were important for me. I just wanted the clears. Because I also am kind of an achievement collector slash hunter, but mostly the mounts was what I wanted. If you're gonna look at it and go like prestige and shit, that some people go like, ah yes, I'm a first week clear. I'm like, good for you, I don't really care. Moving on. I'll watch some of them, like Xeno definitely is one that I'll watch first week. But it's not because I'm very, very interested in the clear. Because I'm interested in the first week prog and stuff. Like, what is different on the bosses? What's the mechanics gonna be? That's as hardcore as I get with it.
Most people. Does it matter that you cleared the raid or that you finished?
I'm waiting for new fates to spawn now. I mean, you can watch with me. But here you go.
The 8-minute raid became a 12-minute raid, or 15-minute raid.
Okay.
And this is just terrible and not acceptable, right?
Sometimes,
and
yeah.
People, I think, would more likely come from the hardcore spectrum.
Yes and no.
Or I kill my whole party, and then I'm like, I'm a mechanic. The people in your party is a much more difficult mechanic than the rest of the fight. But I digress. It is okay to learn. It's fun to learn, and all you do is just you wipe and you start again, and that.
Okay, it's fun to learn. I 100% agree. I dislike these people who are currently going onto the forums and who are going wah 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 on the forums because they died a few times in the dungeon. Okay? Number one, you can always run with trust and not bother other people if you're really worried about bothering other people.
Yep.
Number two, just because you die a couple times in a dungeon when you hitherto haven't died a lot doesn't mean that you're failing. It just means you're learning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, have I had some interesting experiences in dungeons? Yes, I've had. But overall, 14 isn't that bad. So honestly, I don't think you should be running to the forums and complaining about Dawntrail being hard just because you're experiencing the first learning curve in your life. Steam Crow, I think there was discussion in WoW about people who care more about their parse, and this happens in 14 as well, who care more about their parse than they do about the mechanics, and it actually holds the team back. Well, if all you have is 60 to 90 minutes of recreation a day, extending trivial content by even 5 minutes will feel worse than it is. Yeah. I wonder if that Alana lady from that YouTube would call that a situational disability bully. I wonder. And the only thing, Wooly, is that let's say you're talking to someone like me, right? And let's pretend that let's pretend I was more on top of my writing and taking more ESL hours than usual, right? And let's say I had more thing on my plate. So I only had 90 minutes of recreation a day, right?
Alright, okay.
But I'm still the level that I'm at in terms of skill. In fact, I'm probably less skilled because I have less time to play.
Uh-huh.
And it's also taking my time. Like, not everyone who is losing their time has no time, and not everyone who is losing their time, who is causing people to lose their time, has all the time in the world. If that makes sense.
I just brute force
Right?
dungeons these days.
There are some people out there who are going to cause people to lose time, who are they themselves struggling, and also don't have a lot of time in their day. But this is how they want, this is how they're learning, and they're doing their best. It's not like they're throwing in the towel. Remember, we're not talking about that. Jonathan, I forget who is TI, Tickler. I think the last time I went to a bar was probably in 20... Was it like 2008? Maybe? Maybe 2008. It's like I'm floating about. You wouldn't believe. The moving creeps me out.
Oh.
I mean, people go to bars to chill, even though bar fights happen. That is true. People go to hockey games, even though hockey game fights happen. Right? So I guess people go into MMOs knowing that there's a chance they're going to be annoyed.
Uh-huh.
Thanks to their life and other stuff going on, they might feel like they, I don't know, people who go to bars. I don't go to bars, really. I've never been drunk in my life. And the bars I went to were more sports-like. They weren't really like if there was drunken fights, it would have happened long after I'd left. So, okay, let's keep going.
And you know what? That wouldn't happen if it was too easy. It needs a healthy dose of challenge. Now, it is really hard to get that right. Here's an example of when it's too hard. Gordius. Alexander Gordius was really bad. That was a problem. Look at this guy. You see him? You see how he's undulating? Yeah, that undulating is because he killed so many statics. This guy is the single-handed reason why raiding almost died again, and why Final Fantasy XIV almost completely had another A Realm Reborn disaster. It was way more difficult than what a Savage level raid was at that time. It was a huge difficulty spike that people weren't prepared for, and people could not clear it. It took them weeks. Statics disbanded over it. They fought with each other and they could not do it. But even if you did kill Living Liquid, that was only the third fight of the tier. You had to get to Manipulator. And Manipulator was even worse. Not only was it kind of difficult mechanics-wise, but it was gear locked. You literally needed more gear in order to clear it than was available to you at like the first week of release. So that combination right there is a prime example of what not to do for a Savage level difficulty. Sure, you know, for Ultimate, go nuts, do whatever. Like, that's what that's reserved for. But for Savage, it needs to be somewhat attainable, right? And then Extreme Primals are a little bit less than that. And then everything else is a little bit less than that. Basically, the way the community in general views it is that if something is able to be done in the duty finder, you expect to be able to clear it within the time limit. That's all. That's your expectation. If you queue into a dungeon, as long as you can kill it in the time limit, that's acceptable, right? That's okay. Now, if you're really running out the time limit in a dungeon, I mean, something's going horribly wrong. But you can still do it, right? Like, that is the expectation. You queue into it, and you expect you guys will clear. Extreme Primals and Savages and Ultimates, if you just queue in the Duty Finder, you're not really expecting to clear, now are you? Now, okay, that's in, like, not Japan areas. Like, in Japan, they actually do the reverse of what we do. They use the Party Finder in order to learn, and then when they're ready to go clear, they go and hop into the Duty Finder. But us, we use the Party Finder in order to get groups together to clear that more challenging content. Now, this also brings up what the devs were talking about with making job design more difficult. I now understand what they were talking about when they mentioned that you guys don't want us to make the jobs harder because we already made the regular content harder and you guys can't handle both at the same time. And I agree. We need to ease into it, okay? So it makes sense. Have the jobs where they are right now, and then the difficulty and the challenge can come in the content itself. Once people are used
Could you have imagined if they made the jobs more difficult and then they made the Dawn Trail content more difficult as well? Oh my lord. Could you imagine? Oh my good heavens. That would be hilarious. People would be dying in the streets. It would be funny. I would just be like, I'm going into trust, and I'm not emerging. Yeah, I have no interest in being drunk. I had a grandfather who was an alcoholic, and I was kind of raised to not drink, and I probably, like, I'm a taller, bigger girl, so I could probably like learn how to drink, but I have no interest in drinking. I think drinking, let's just say I've seen what people do while they're drunk and it never makes them look good. There was this one person who got drunk and regaled me with several speeches from Hamlet. That was probably my best interaction with a drunk person. Almost everything else becomes soppy, emotional, incontinent, aggressive.
Yep, that's why I don't drink. No sharing emotion anymore. We're past that part.
you can be an alcoholic anywhere. No need to be. In fact, I would argue the most dangerous alcoholics are not at a bar. They are at home. Yeah. Yes, this is Larry Zarbuzi talking about if Dawn trails too hard. His answer is no.
And I agree with his answer.
Having 1 or 2 drinks, then getting drunk? Is that you, Bruzy? Drinking as a lightweight is scary, to be honest? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I just don't. Oh yeah, I've totally have had alcohol. Like a few weeks back, just people who are in my Discord know. I posted a picture of a cocktail that I had while I was getting a pedi. It was a rare female moment where I had a female cocktail while getting a pedicure. But I don't drink often. It's expensive, and how can I say it? I don't find, once again, being drunk or taking drugs or going on hikes or flying kites or going swimming in a lake. These are all extremely physical activities, and there are many people in the world who enjoy it. There's no
shame.
hate from me about that. I just don't. My enjoyment is cerebral. I'm just very cerebral. Party will tell you. I don't find enjoyment in physical activities at all. I don't even enjoy food. Like I will like food, and I can tell the difference between good tasting food and bad tasting food, but I do not eat food in order to enjoy it. In the same way that do you know, like, so sometimes, like, I read kind of like, you know, Fujoshi kind of trashy stuff, and they're like, I'm having like this like burrito,
The
or this
foodgasm,
or whatever, and they're like, and like they're describing like the physical mouth orgasm that this character is having over how delicious this food is. I'm just like, oh, okay.
Never had a foodgasm. We need to fix this. And I am not the man to do that. I mean, I can cook, but
I'm allergic to alcohol, and I'm a quarter Irish. My ancestors must feel ashamed. If you can't stop yourself, don't drink. Yeah. Once in a while I'll have a drink. Yeah, okay, so if I'm going to have a drink, okay, so what will I have if I have a drink? Obviously, if I go out, I'll have a cocktail, like a Mai Tai or a colada or whatever. But
you
on
like
occasion,
pina
I'll go get a
colada?
Pellegrino, a blood orange Pellegrino, and I'll pour it out into a glass, and then I'll take a thimbleful of Southern Comfort, and I'll put like
what the hell
a
is
shot
that?
of Southern Comfort in there. Or I'll take coffee, for example, or something like that, and I'll add Irish cream
I need a best. He needs to explain this to
Irish
me.
cream
Oh wait,
into it.
Flo can explain it to me as well.
Yeah, but catboys are all cerebral, Ruzy.
You're telling me they're not real?
I want to go on an ayahuasca spirit journey. If I was going to take drugs, I would take DMT, just because I'm curious. But once again, it only lasts for like maybe like 2 minutes or something. Ayahuasca, like if you're taking the actual brew, like brewed by a shaman or whatever in South America, that will be with you for a good long time. But I wouldn't do that for now. You can dream on my behalf, Ruzy, for sure. You can hope for the best. Absolutely. But I've been sitting with Catboy since I started 2.5 years ago, in 14. So far. Yeah. It hasn't made me run out and do anything exciting. Like, if a guy rolled up with cat ears on, I wouldn't lose my shit and be like, oh my gosh, I gotta run out. Oh, yeah.
Do
Okay.
that, then we can, up the dial on the job design. Now, some things are actually just really interesting game design. Some of the challenging stuff in dungeons and story trials are actually just deceptively challenging. Here is the best example. I'm not gonna spoiler here, but if you want, you could skip like 30 seconds ahead. There's a mechanic that looks insane, right? There is so much stuff going on. But you know what? They can do that because they expect you to die. They don't mind if a bunch of people die there, because they give you back the Limit Break 3 in order to heal or LB after. They purposely designed a crazy looking mechanic, and a mechanic where people will die, and then they give you the means with which to resurrect and recover, and they give you that really cool moment of, oh my god, everybody's dying, and oh man, the healer raised us all, oh! Right? Like, that is a really awesome moment, and they did that. They managed to nail it. And you might look at that mechanic and go, oh my god, this is so hard.
Graha's VA is gay,
Who cares?
so I wouldn't be doing anything with him.
Oh, okay. What do you mean Graha is gay?
Jonathan Bailey is completely gay.
I don't care.
Now, obviously I'm a Fujoshi, but
A what now?
yeah. Graha's gay voice actor, yeah. Jonathan Bailey is bi, but I think he's currently... I mean, he might not be bi, he might be gay, but I know for sure he has a male partner.
Alright.
I looked him up.
I mean, she did more work on the guy than I did, because I never worked.
I know it's not his intention, but the tone of this guy seems like he's treating you like a stupid little kid. Maybe. Maybe to some people that might seem that way, yeah. Maybe. I'm not taking it that way. I'm used to him talking like this. I think I think this is his approximation of a derpy cat boy. I wonder if Lazy Sar is gay. That's the question I have.
No.
Most cat boys are gay. So is Lazy Sar gay IRL? That's my question.
Wasn't he married and with a
These ultimate level mechanics in my story. But no, it's on purpose. Because it's deceptive. It's not actually challenging. It just seems like it is. Dungeons too.
Yeah, but Lazy Sar is assuming that people are applying themselves critically to the matter at hand, and I think there are a lot of people who just kind of float through life, just judging things at face value.
Huh?
He is not gay. He has wife and kids. Wow, look at that. Straight male playing a cat boy. This is crazy.
Well, I thought he
Even better.
I thought he had a wife, but the kids I didn't know I was against.
Most people float through some aspect of life, I think. Absolutely. I think I floated... Wait a minute, what did I float through?
You're floating right now. Ha ha ha.
Maybe university. Maybe I floated through university. Fucked with my GPA.
What do you even mean with floating through?
But guess what? It's all recoverable. None of it is too punishing. Challenge and punishing is very different. You can have interesting mechanics that are challenging, but they don't punish you so hard if you mess them up. That is two separate things. And the punishment is actually more of a problem. If something is incredibly punishing, that makes it so that, maybe we can't clear, right? Maybe this is just a hard cap where the people in this party aren't able to clear this. It's too punishing, we can't recover. But no.
I will also say, like, punishing for me is as well as, like, the game mechanics and the system surrounding it. So, for example, in WoW, apparently if you die, you lose your food buffs. Whereas in 14, you don't lose your food buffs. You have all of these various buffs you can apply to yourself semi-permanently, especially if you're with an FC. So I think there's...
Taking you with me.
I honestly, if anyone said that 14 was punishing, I'd probably laugh. Maybe Ultimate could be considered punishing, but yeah.
That's something you choose for.
Yeah, Rufus, I have not almost all of the cat boys I've met are gay. Almost all of them.
No,
Have been
well,
gay,
Tammy.
not women. In fact, it is unfortunate, but
No, he's
there
a
was
man
this one
cat
guy
boy.
who gave me his Discord, and then he asked me if I knew the way to Georgia, which it turns out it's like an actual Discord thing, and I had no idea. And I felt so bad.
Why?
Straight male playing Catboys DEI. Higher in the Catboy department. And some pre-nerf savages. Oh, good point. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, some savages. I heard P3S felt bad because of the orange and the red.
Yeah, it
Like,
was
so
a
it's
lot
more-
of orange and orange.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't put my female symbol in my... I didn't report myself as being a she, her in my adventure plate. So I think a lot of catboys come up to me, and when they talk with me, because I'm a female, that's atypical, I come off as a male that's atypical. So then they think I'm gay. They think I'm a gay male. It's
Weird.
Yeah.
They could have, yeah, you know, talk for 2 seconds with you before they presume anything.
Years ago, he did a travelogue of going to visit his girlfriend in Japan. It was a pretty fun video. Was it, Ruzy? Oh, that sounds... Oh, would you like to be a gay male? Oh my gosh, don't get me started. There was a short period of time in my life between the age of 18 and 24 where I was a bit confused about certain things. And I remember talking with my friend, and I was like, what is wrong with me? I feel like I'm a gay male trapped in a woman's body. Because I hated being a woman.
And now you're a she, her.
yeah.
Look at that.
Like, I suffered from a dysphoria from the age of probably 10 until my early 30s. So I really didn't want to be a female for a long period of time. Yeah.
Oh, and then you grew out of it with therapy and help.
Since 8. I feel like that... Is that an anime? I feel like that looks familiar. I don't think I've seen it. It's a sausage fest. Been struggling and then completely dropped, or like DC'd or abandoned the dungeon. It's hard to sometimes tell. So then we were like, let's just abandon. Let's try again. So yeah. One of the prettiest girls I ever met was a Fujoshi, so I don't know. It doesn't always come from body image issues. Fujoshi has nothing whatsoever to do with body image issues, okay? I absolutely agree with you, Ruzy. Being a Fujoshi is something else entirely. Being a Fujoshi is simply appreciating male-on-male stories in the way that Fudanshi appreciates female-on... For a while, I
Demon Wall had
I'm sorry, this is like too many tangents in one go. I see how she can fill up 2 hours of giving a reaction. Because the entire Fujoshi part has nothing to do with it, but also it's a chat, so... I can't say anything bad about it because I would be the same. That's why I just tried to skip back to the part where we're talking about the video. Because sometimes it just gets like a little bit too much talking about Fujoshi and... Well, as far as I know, they're anime terms for like apparently what she said, like male on male. I think romance story probably without the entire edgy part. I think it is. Don't quote me on that, because as I said, I don't know what it is exactly. Well, at this point, I have to. Well, I'll put it in Google. Female fans are denoting how a woman who enjoys fictional gay content is so. Oh, woman who, okay, who enjoy fictional gay content. Okay. Oh shit. Probably should pay attention to the game as long as I'm logged into it. Hoda! A little bit of a shame. I need this one bar filled out and I'm done with this. Like, yeah, I have no.
Hello fam, welcome back on the channel. Get it down.
Foul tarnish.
Until the end. Oh, ye queen bee, honey, be lovely. Records near and far. You'll be surprised. Have a queen bee, honey, be lovely, be a one and only champ. What about Earth Medic? Ah, it's okay. Red top. I had it all, so I thought I'd live tomorrow for the light and find the price too high. Then down. And the final line I'll cross. Ain't no going, ain't no going, ain't no going back. Oh, my life, just aside. I'll suffocate, if that's what it takes. Oh. Your side, turn that back and leave me to die. You can try, but I will survive. Going back. They got minds, silver bending, ready to fight. So there's one last standing tonight. Lightning will strike, thunder will fall. You're gonna give it all to me, to me, to me. You gotta believe you'll set me free. Bam! Finally comes complete. There are just the dark eyes greed. And little girls but me. What a... the lights, it's gone. Donated to the sun. The price of home and down. A line I'll cross. Ain't no going back, no going back, no going back. Oh, my light left her inside. I'll suffocate if that's what it takes. Oh, towns toss me aside. Turn their backs and leave me to die. Gotta try, could try, but I will survive. I'm still bending, ready to fight. The one that's standing tonight. Lightning will strike, thunder will fall. You're gonna give it all to me. Then there's the dream. Royalty, think you wanna it. Tomorrow for the light, I found the price too high. I know, crowd. Ain't no going back, going back of my life. Yes, I also became. That's what it takes. Nothing tells me aside. Then their backs and leave me to die. Just try, could try, what I will so hard. Wait up my night, so Monday. Ready to fight those one left standing tonight. Nothing will strike, thunder will follow. You're gonna give it all to me. Hadouken! What there I see 1,000 little girls but me. The top, I had it all, so I thought, but in tomorrow for the light. Okay, that's what it is. Understand. Where am I going back? You're gonna give it all to me. tror jag är 6 stråk på. That sounds like Zodiac. Where's service? Oh. I haven't heard Zodiac. Let's do that! Shit. Oh. Hadouken! Wait a minute. That's too long. sufficient parts. This one I got, huh? We're not going back, no going back, no going back. My life, that's your song. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. Turn the backs and leave me to die. Ah. You're kidding, right? We made it, well. Yeah, I'm not against it, but it's like 6 times in like 30 minutes I hear it's something like that.
Mans really wants to 1v1 us. What? What is that range, bro? What? Bro's doing a Kamehameha on my ass.
It's not that intense, to be honest.
Are you done? Ow! Ow! What is this? What?
They're going to push you. Okay.
Huh?
Is he gonna move out?
Ah, that's the best.
I don't know, DPS. And then everybody left.
You know what? There's a clip like this. My friend Ari was helping us clear top, and we had melee limit break at the end, and he didn't use it, and we wiped with 0.1%.
No, why you dash? He fucking dashed.
He got close. What is this?
Hello? 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 You're so cringe, man!
I think it was this.
Sorry. I didn't mean to lash out there. My bad. I'm reformed.
Oh. This is the clip. Yeah, this is the clip. This is the clip, dude. Oh my god. Alright, hold on, sorry. Flashing. This is so good.
Hello? 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 You're so cringe, man! Sorry. I didn't mean to lash out there. My bad. I'm reformed. Any video game.
This is quite 31. Sorry, armor
Yeah,
form.
new addition to the blacklist, guys.
Oh my god.
That's me, everyone's me. Please! What?
Dude, somebody fire this red mage, bro. Fucking griefing, bro.
Throwing up a lot of pee. That's me, everyone's me. Please! What? Dude! No, I'm clipping this one as well. Yeah, it's... Dude, it literally, it like revolved around. Storing up a lot of pee.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna tell you the precise moment where he fucked up.
Me, everyone's
Okay, well, fuck me, dude. Alright, this is the precise moment. Right here. They thought to themselves, oh, fuck, I gotta step in for a second. Oh, see that? You see that? You see that greed? That was greed. Oh, that was very upsetting. Save me, emo boy. Okay, that was pretty slick. That's some greed. That was pretty slick. That was slick. Oh yeah. Oh good. Oh.
Can I try something stupid if I get the hearts?
Oh, yeah.
But I need you guys. Yeah. I wanna do like the. I wanna do the bugs that. Oh! Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Oh! Oh!
Wait, did it blow up or no?
Oh! Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Nah, he killed everybody. Oh wait, it worked. That's sick. Watch this, guys. Oh my god, dude, that's so stupid. Oh, this is dumb. This happened yesterday. This is dumb. Just like one of the most weird things I've seen in my life, dude. So stupid, dude. So stupid.
Wait, I'm in the wrong fucking place, dude.
Oh boy.
Wait, I'm in the wrong fucking place, dude.
Look at these snapshots, dude. He just... Actually insane. That is one of the best Exaflare dodges I've ever seen in my life. That was actually insane. Yeah, it was in Happy's roof, yeah.
Clockwise.
Watch this shit. This guy gets feared. Look, he's just going.
shit, Valor. No, it's focus. Focus, focus, focus.
That's insane, dude. Insane.
To the Dark Knight.
Yeah, this was one of the best clips I've ever seen from
Clockwise.
BSR. Insane.
Holy shit, Valor. No, it's focus. Focus, focus, focus.
Oh my god, that's so good. I kind of want to make a meme chat lore video. Okay, now what was like the first thing? Okay, we have to have a starting point. I guess man mode. Yeah, okay. No, that's good. Man mode. What is man mode? Man mode is the unrelenting desire to accomplish omnipotent feats in a burning rage of anger. Man mode is a novel by Xenosis Vex, published by Square Enix in 2010. It addresses many of the social and intellectual issues faced by Dark Knights in the early 21st century, including not being able to survive tank busters because of Living Dead, the incomparable burden of having to spam double weaves in the opening, and the various unfair working conditions of TBN being worse than the other tank nits. It was awarded the Newbery Medal for contribution to children's literature. Okay, so in the beginning, there was man mode. Okay, there was the book. This right here, this is what started it all. 7 fucking years ago, dude. Titan Extreme. Solo, bitch. This right here is Warrior Main. Explosions, volcano, lava in the center of the earth. Mano a mano. You know what I'm saying? This is the birth of man mode right here. Titan Extreme, baby. So what came after man mode? Yeah, it was the Beardhead. Yeah, so for those of you that are unaware of the Beardhead, this is the Beardhead. Basically, that picture right there, somebody made that picture. They took my beard and they put it on my head, and they took my head and they put it on my chin. Okay? Someone made that. They just flipped it, okay? That used to be my room. The Beardhead has multiple layers of the meme here, because around the same time that the Beardhead was created, and I saw that picture, I got a green screen. And when I got a green screen, originally, you know, I just started to stream like this. I would just stream without the room. But people, they felt like that it wasn't wholesome enough, and they wanted to be in the same room with me. So instead of streaming just of my room, I was like, man, I'm going to get a green screen so I can, you know, look more professional or whatever, you know? But people hated it. They didn't want the green screen. So I was like, well, fuck, I bought it. What do you want me to fucking do? So people were like, show the room! Now, this was actually before Smudge, but they were smudging, they just didn't know it. And so I was like, okay, so let me get this straight. I bought a green screen just so I could fucking stream a picture of my room. I bought a green screen just so I could show a picture of my fucking room that I didn't even need the green screen. That's where the Beardhead actually came from. Okay, so let's see. I guess the Zervon shit. Okay, so here's why I think Zervon qualifies, is because Zervon Extreme was like one of the first times, I guess, when in the Party Finder, people started to become really super toxic. People became really toxic about this because the whole Zervon skip SOAR stuff, you know, you would have to do SOAR because it was too fucking hard. So we're not gonna watch the whole video. We'll just watch like the first little bit of it.
Are you fucking ready? ACT, FFLaws, Godcom, waiting for balance. Zervon X, Party Finder, bitch.
I swear to God, if we don't skip SOAR, I will disband this. 8 DPS this bitch. Zervon skip meteors. Progression after platform breaks. Zervon X barn party. Oh my God, yo, I remember this one. A12 Savage clear mandatory. Purple percentiles mandatory. FF logs will be checked upon joining. Competence is a must. Dude, okay, just to put this into perspective of how ridiculous this is, imagine trying to join a Zeromus party, but you have to have P12 Savage completed. So what's going on there? Zervon. 4, probably In the Grave. For those of you that don't know what In the Grave is, let's see. This is a whole fucking compilation of them, goddamn. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, I'm in the grave! I fucking knew
Dude,
it!
look at
This
my
is me!
beard,
I'm in the
man.
grave!
Holy
I'm in
shit.
the fucking grave! Oh. Well, that's it! That's me, dudes! This... Okay. I need to find the original... This is me, dude! I have a burger avatar. It's Burger Things! I'm like a food tuber. You know, there's a VTuber. I'm a food tuber. The whole In the Grave started because Dark Knight's, before I fixed them, Dark Knight's Living Dead was really bad. And you would die if you weren't fully healed. Now, you still die if you're not fully healed, but now you have like a life leech. So you could pretty much heal yourself. So back in the day, you weren't able to heal yourself. So you were reliant on a healer. Now, as a Dark Knight, for whatever reason, I died an above average amount to Living Dead. I had this grave scene. You know, actually, do you guys know where the grave scene came from? This is a multi-layered meme, by the way. Years and years ago, probably like 5 years ago or something, I actually got banned on Twitch because some ass-hurt motherfucker thought I was trying to start a witch hunt. There used to be this person that played this game, and he was like a balance mentor. He got kicked out of the balance, or he left the balance or something. I'm not sure why, but his name was Emin, and he absolutely hated me. And he hated me because I had what he called E-fame. I had more E-fame than him. I disproved almost every single thing that he said about tanks, and he got really ass hurt about it. So he spam reported me, him and his friends, on Twitch, and they got me banned. I mean, I wasn't banned for like a long time. It was like 3 days or some shit. But when I came back, I'll just do what I did because everybody knew that what I was saying was right, and everybody knew that I wasn't causing a, you know, Living
Do we
Dead.
not have Benny?
Oh no! Oh no! You betted me too soon! You betted me too soon! Okay, now for those of you that don't know what happened, I'm in Living Dead. I'm gonna take 3 hits, but the white mage, who's this fucking white? Faint smile. I bet that's exactly what the fuck they did when they bennied me too early. They're supposed to wait until they benny me, but they don't wait. So, I take the first hit, Living Dead. I'll take the second hit. Now I get Benny.
Not have Benny.
Oh no. Oh no! And now I'm done. and now I die. Because they bennied me too early, which cleansed my Walking Dead, and then he stomped on me and killed me. You betted me too soon! You betted me too soon! I can't fucking believe that, yo. This is me! This is me! I'm in a grave! I'm in a grave! Just another early Benny. Just another yo, just Benny, forehead. Just fucking Benny, forehead. Yo, what's up? Oh, you didn't get... Dude, look at that beard. Holy fuck. Okay, anyway. Man, yo, what a great cooldown. What a great fucking cooldown. I still don't know what this reference is. Is that weed? That's weed. Okay, this one's pretty good. Oh look, like 3 fucking people got concussion. Please vote. Please vote! Ah! This is me, dudes! This is me! I'm in a grave! I'm a snowman in the grave! Summer came! It's a blast! Summer came, dude! The heat wave came in, now I'm dead! Now I'm fucking dead! I'm a snowman in a grave! Thank you! Okay. The 2 EDs too easy is the thing that started it. I actually have a video explaining the meme already. The gist of it is, I went into this party finder, and there was, as you can see, no white mage. Now, this Astro, these are the legendary words of Mirian. I said, hey, I'm on Dark Knight, but I can switch. And this is what this motherfucker said to me. 2 EDs, too easy. They were that confident, and they used both their EDs, but they found out that it wasn't too easy, okay? They needed maybe 1 more ED. So that is where it started. Come on, 7. All right, watch. 6, 5, 4. There's 1. Yo, look, there's 2 essential dignities. I don't even have 75% health. Okay, so that's in the grave. So what came after in the grave? The detective scene, whenever I would die to something or something bad would happen, I would always be like, check the tapes. Let's check the tapes. Let's watch the VOD. But now you guys are detectives, so I don't have to actually be the detective anymore. Because, yeah, so, okay, well, where's my hat? So I'd be like, step into my office, we're gonna see, call me Gumshoe Zines. We're seeing what the fuck happened here. Oh, look, this motherfucker forgot to vote, and now I'm dead, and now I'm in the grave. Yeah, that's right. Okay, case solved. That's it. Fucking. You know, so it would be something along those lines. Okay, so the detective, what was the other one someone said? Oh yeah, the vouch. Let's watch vouch. Okay, so if you look at the chat history now, basically Blue paved the way for people to act like idiots. Because the chat was fairly normal. But every now and then Blue would come in and just say the most ridiculous shit. So anybody in chat that enjoys the Twitch chat, you have Blue to partially thank for this. Like, dude, look at this. Adzenosis Vex. What find you more attractive, armpit or back of the knee? Like, dude, are you fucking serious, man? And this shit, like, look at these messages. Look at these timeouts, bro. I'm glad you doing well and in wait. It's so sad I have no time. All I do is work and sleep. And I put my finger in my Dude, like, okay, this is the original one of us. Okay? Blue is... I'm so done. Girls ghost me because I want to eat Pringles out of butt crack. What the fuck is wrong with them? And you know what, man? No. Let me tell you about Blue. Blue acts this way only in this chat. And only when I stream 14. I wish I could lick your seat clean on a hot summer day. Would you use the broom out of my butthole as a wig? So, okay, it's very important that Blue is added to this. And you know what, Blue? I love you, brother. So, here's a timeout for the road, brother. Because he would always ask me. He would always ask me, how many timeouts do I have? Like, he wanted to get like 1,000 or something. So that was Blue. Yeah, Red as well, but Red came after Blue, okay? So like, Red saw what Blue was getting away with, and he was like, oh, okay. And then Red did it, okay? And then there was this thing where, like, Blue and Red, what's that Heimlich maneuver emote? Yeah, the blue-red, the Heimlich maneuver. Yeah, so then when they were, like, talking in chat, people would spam this emote, the Heimlich remover, or Heimlich remover, the Heimlich maneuver. No, they were not the same person. They weren't the same person. What came after Blue and Red? Oh, it was the panel. Okay, yeah, the panel, okay. Okay, now this panel, let's see. This panel was 2019. Okay, so this was around the time... This was when Blue Mage was introduced, right? This is where I talked to Yoshi. So I basically made this panel because I talked to Yoshi. That's when I first knew that they watched the stream and stuff. Back when me and Arthurs played the game all the fucking time, we did what we called, like, you know, the Party Finder clears. And it would be this, okay? And we would do another clear for the Empire. Because around the same time, people were calling a bunch of scenes. Man, I got another scene. Yo, we up here feasting. Yo, welcome, new Stormship Trooper. Grab your gear, grab your boot, grab your helmet. We up here having a ball. We up here feasting. Yo, GG too easy. So that's what we do. So these stormtroopers were Twitch chatters. We haven't done this in a while, but yeah, we did that a shit ton in Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers was the arc of the Death Star and the Cloak of Darkness, okay? Because some people would call this a blankie, and it's not a fucking blanket, okay? It's the Cloak of Darkness. Actually, I guess the 14 panel came all the way up here, right? Yeah, the 14 panel came all the way up here. But whatever, I'm not going to renumber it, so whatever. Oh, shit, the jail. Oh, yeah. Oh, do I have that still? Okay, so this is when I got banned from 14. So I got banned from 14 for vulgarity. So for those of you that don't know, if anyone's interested in my ban, this is exactly what happened. To this day, I still do not understand why I was banned. They never gave me a reason. But here's what they said, if anybody gives a shit. Now, I can tell you this. A lot of people have speculated, and a lot of people have said, you know, oh, well, you got banned for this? No, shut the fuck up. You don't know what I got banned for. You know why you don't know? Because I don't know. Because they didn't tell me. They just banned me and said, well, you're banned, that's it. So I got banned for like a week. That was years ago, though. When was this? Yeah, this was over 3 years ago, actually. So jail. And then Arthur's got banned, and Violent got banned, so all three of us got banned. So we just kept adding people to the panel, right? Like, I don't have all the panels, but Arthur's had us added, Violent had us added, I have another panel with us added, so we just kept, like, anyone who got banned, we just added to the panel. You know what? I'm going to take away these numbers. Around this time, there was also Greytown. Let me see if I have the Greytown panel. No, I don't, actually. I don't have the Greytown. But basically, this Greytown gray bus, I took this picture of a really shitty town. It looked like a poor town with, like, the houses looked more like sheds. Yeah, it was like a slum. Yeah, so anyway, so Arthur's had the gray bus. If you got to clear with Arthur's and you got a gray, you got put on the gray bus. And I had the Greytown. And he would take all the people in the gray bus to the Greytown. So that's how that shit would work. And every single person that I helped get a clear, I told him to send me a screenshot, and I photoshopped them into the Greytown. Like, I was there, Arthur's was there, we were all there. Someone even screenshotted their duck. They sent me a screenshot of them and their duck, and they were like, please include the duck. I always have this menu now, so I put the duck in there. So the duck was in Greytown. Yeah, this is old. Oh, you know what? The Uwu timeline. The Uwu timeline was around the time the WoW players came over, and I started to get introduced to Pecora. And, oh, maybe that's where the kiss came from. I was introduced to Pecora because there was a WoW player that came over, Max, and he played Ninja. And in the bottom right corner, behind his unmentionable calculator, he had a GIF of Pecora. And she had this, like, carrot, and she hit the camera with the carrot. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And people were like, that's Pecora. And I said, what the fuck is a Pecora? And they said, that's a VTuber. And I was like, okay. So I checked out Pecora. And then people also linked me stuff about Gura. I think I have a picture of me with a carrot in my beard. Yeah, here it is. Someone made this. Yeah, so that's when I got introduced to Pecora. What the fuck is that? What? I think the Kissies started around the Uwu timeline. I'm pretty sure it was around here.
In chat.
I'm pretty sure this was around the time. There's Callie and Gira. This is when I was learning about Uwu. What started the whole Uwu thing? There was this person that I was in the party finder with, and they were talking in Uwu. And I pulled the chat up on screen, and I was like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with this idiot? Like, why are they talking like this? And then you guys told me it was Uwu. And I was like, wait, Uwu? I was like, what the fuck is that? And then you guys were like, yeah, that's a language. And I was like, what? Uwu? And you were like, yeah, so that's a language. And I was like, okay, well, what is the language? And then you guys told me about it. You guys were like, yeah, you have to just basically replace a bunch of letters with U and W. Our language! To get a better understanding. I watched the Gura Uwu clip. I think this is it.
I find it funny that Callie was like, ooh, goo goo gaga. I'm like, oh, I should have told her that. Ooh, doesn't have to be. Listen. You ooh from within your soul. It doesn't have to be goo goo gaga. You can make it goo goo gaga, but true ooh is just, you feel it. Oh, why am I trying to sleep?
Yeah.
You feel the ooh within. And then eventually, your soul will turn into the ooh.
You know, that's true. So I watched this and I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. So that's kind of where the Uwu started. And then the Kissies, I believe the Kissies started actually with Pecora. So for some reason, people always told me, they were like, kiss Pecora! They always told me to kiss Pecora. And I was like, no, I'm not kissing Pecora. That's weird. I'm not kissing Pecora, that's weird. And then eventually, I think I was just like, yo, but I'll kiss you. And then, after the chat got kissies, once, the chat demanded them, okay? Thank you. Okay, so the bell. The bell. Why do I have a bell? Because the chatter, Scully, when I would go live, this is the message they would type. Follows here. Follows here. Ding dong. Ding dong. I originally hated the emote. Okay, now I don't know if you guys do this, but whenever I see an emote followed by words, I read it in the voice of what I think the emote has. Okay? Okay? That's just what I do. Oh, we know. Read this. Lamau. So then I started to like it. I was like, man, I fucking love Dink Donk. So then I got a Dink Donk emote made. I even bought a fucking bell. I love Dink Donk. Okay, Dink Donk's one of my favorite emotes. So yeah, so then whenever I had a question, I would ring the bell. Question time! But this was during the internet historian era when I was learning. I was learning about internet historian, and I was learning. So I had a bunch of questions. Look, this is in no particular order, okay? Banning chatters to make people laugh. Okay, so I started to do this because I thought it made people laugh. I
Hey,
figured if I
Flo.
talk a bunch of shit, you guys are allowed to talk a bunch of shit. It's only fair.
It's Gargura, the VTuber shark, quote unquote lolly. Think she is a lolly, but I don't think they wanna refer to her as such. That's why I say quote unquote lolly. Like, you know who Gargura is, right? G-A-W-R, Gargura. Guru. Ra. Rar. Sorry, I don't have.
When I call you guys idiots, it's only.
She has the entire clip of like what Uwu is to her. As he has shown, and yeah, Gargura has an entire part where she goes like, "Ooh, you feel it within. It's not like baby goo goo gaga shit. It's like, it's a feeling you feel within." Stuff like that. That is Ooh Gargura. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. And then he started implement, because at first everyone would be, if you hear ooh, it is indeed like, you get like, the same reaction that had, is like, what the fuck is that? That would be the first reaction to someone hearing ooh. And then he basically discovered Gura and Kali and all that, and he went like, ah. So it actually is a thing, and then he basically gave it more time, he now includes it in his streams as well. Stuff like that. Yeah. As I said, it's for a lot of people, it's like, how do you... Can I even speak Uwu? No, I don't have that in me to speak Uwu. I will say Uwu from time to time just to like make people cringe. That's where I use Uwu for. Because sometimes if you say just the words, if you just say the words Uwu, you can see people already like visibly cringe, and I'm like, yes, yes indeed. You have to embrace the cringe, be one with the cringe. But yeah, that is the Gargura Uwu. She has like a small explanation for it, like you feel Uwu within, and you have to just let it be, and after a while, and then she starts talking in Uwu. So that is basically it. response as a cringe, to be honest. But yeah, that is basically the Gargura Uwu thing. It's like she has like an entire explanation for it and all that, and some people take it seriously, I would say. I am not one of them. Because I'm more of a, I know what Uwu is, and to me it's just a silly language people created. It's not even like a language, to me it's more like baby talk. That's why I understand when people say like, yeah, it's like goo goo gaga, and I'm like, yeah, kinda, yeah. It's like a 2, 3, 4-year-old that just learned their first words and is trying to speak. Yeah, that is ooh, gra. Why am I tired? Oh yes, not enough sleep. And not from not being able to just, no, not from not having enough time to sleep, just not being able to. But yeah, and to answer your second question, am I old? It all depends. If you're over 26, then probably. If you're under 26, you can last a few years. 1 or 2 years at least. We'll see. It's like how I always say, I am an old soul in a somewhat young body. Even though right now the young body part even isn't true anymore. Now I'm just an old soul and an old body, so kind of checks out. Kinda. That's all I remember from it that was being said, or what they just told, so yeah. That's why I haven't, like... I will say, as I said, I will say Uwu just to make people cringe, that's it. It's either like Uwu or yeah, or stuff like that. All I'm hoping for is a person to cringe, and if that happens, I win. Which one was it? I think it's this one. Yep, this one had collide on. Hey, Well, those are the things I will say, but it's more to make people cringe. It's the same as how whenever I try to say something quote unquote sexy or dirty, that I start to cringe myself immediately. So yeah, that was the explanation. For me, it's all linked to the cringe.
Fair that you guys can make fun of me, okay? But the
Whoa.
welcome to Minutes.
Also, apparently, V-Social closed their offers, quote unquote. The part where you could apply for a job there. I'm curious if you ever know if you will be hired or not. But let's be honest on that. Chances for that to me are like 0.001%, maybe. If I'm lucky, it's that much. As I said before, I think they'll probably go more with people who already have an established name. Or viewer base. Oh, I can't do this. Okay. But we'll see. If I mean, if I get picked, I would be over the moon. If I don't get picked, I expect it, so there is no room for disappointment here, only joy. I wouldn't say joy, just more like there's no room for disappointment. Just the expected results. Because my curiosity towards this is more of a who will they pick? And if this time I think also if they don't pick someone who is like a smaller creator, I think the backlash for like Centrea and other members might become quite big. Because Sen and Giga have been saying stuff like, yeah, we don't we are giving everyone a chance, and we're gonna go through all of them, and from that on we're going to pick like don't matter anyone who it is, we're gonna pick them. And my part of the like equation is anyone to them, what does that mean? Because I don't think they will ever pick someone who is like me. Like, let's say only like 300 followers, 5 viewers, something like that. They'll probably not pick someone like that. I think they'll probably go for like people like Sayu, Spite. I know those two have applied. Maybe Cottontail if she has applied as well. So if those have applied, I think those will be the picks they will go for. And I'm not gonna be angry if it happens, but it's gonna show the part where I will just announce the thing like, yeah, I knew I was right. That's basically all I will say then. Like, yeah, I knew this would happen, and I was right from the start. I will just say vindication. But I still would wish them the best if they get picked. Like, that's my part. I think they would at least go for someone with like 100 subs or something like that. Or more. Probably someone that is already partner. Even though it doesn't say it, you need to be it in the requirements. I think they will keep it as a requirement. Just to already thin the amount of people that will have. No, yeah, that is the thing I said as well, like, one, they never announced how many people there would be, so if it is just 1 or 2 people, I guess they will go for fully, like, people who are already fully established. Like, as I said, Sayu would be a good pick for that, Cottontail, Spite definitely is also up there. From the people I know, if there are other people that I don't know that have like the same value or like went in there, they'll probably have a bigger chance to get picked if it's 1 or 2. If they're going for a wave of 6, then maybe there will be like one smaller one, but I think they will most likely stick to the big ones that already have a name and an audience for themselves. Yeah, for the money part, because if you look at it like who they picked in now, it was Haruka, already a very well established indie at the time. Giga was a bit of a surprise, but she was also already quite established, I heard. Then who was the next? Who were the other ones? Like all the members they already had in there were already also like pretty much established. So it's like if you look at their history, they only took in established VTubers, which is fine. But the backlash that's going to follow on the entire, yes, we will take smaller ones as well, I will say probably not. Because to me, small VTubers are still 50 viewers or less. That is a small VTuber. And they don't bring in cash. Because they spend more cash on everything VTubing than anything else. And that's why I think they also have to be a little bit careful for their VTubers, because as I said, if they pick only big names now, I think the part where it goes like, yeah, you have to be either friends with them or a big VTuber to join, that sentiment will run even louder. And next time when Zen or Giga or whoever is going to say something about it, it's just gonna be like, just look at your they can just point at the previous recruitment where they said the same and go like, yeah, explain this then. So that is a bit of a problem that they have now. With the entire creation of where they said we're gonna take in smaller VTubers as well. Well, we will look at everyone. What is considered a small VTuber for them? Like, let's start with that. That is the first question. What is considered a small VTuber to you? 100 subs? 50 subs? 50 viewers? 100 viewers? Like, what is considered small and what is considered big? Because to me, small is considered 50 concurrent viewers or less. That is considered small. The moment you go up there, I think plus 100, you're already going towards bigger VTubers. All in between is like mediocre, medium size. And that's why I think they'll probably get some kind of backlash, because I don't think they will do it. Bring in someone that is like 50 or smaller. It would amaze me if they did. But as they said as well, yeah, you can have like a gem in the rough, but then like again, people bring up like Doki Bird from time to time. But she already said like, yeah, I only had like a few viewers, then I joined and it just spiked, and I'm like, okay. But everyone who joins an agency is going to spike, because the agency, the VTubers in the agency will raid you, will support you, and the agency themselves will support you as well, so suddenly your support network is like 2-3 times as big, and every other VTuber in the world will be like, yeah, I want to collab with them because they are in VShoujo, which is going to give me a name as well. But I think my chances are also low because I just speak my mind even if I disagree with someone, and I have a few disagreements with VShojo. So I think I will be too quote unquote controversial and too small to let in. I'm always willing to be proven wrong, but we all know that those chances are as well. I will. Oh, I'm going to be very vocal about it. Especially about, but yeah, I only have 2 or 3 viewers, but I think if something wrong is done, or if they like, if they make a promise and they don't keep it, I think you should be vocal about it. I don't care if it's Mayoshi. Because an Oshi is just someone you admire and you want to see grow and stuff like that. Like you. And then you have your Kame Oshi that is like the first VTuber you saw. I think it's something like that is the explanation. And well, as you heard, as you witnessed here live, that Blooms was one of my Oshis because I wanted to see her grow and all that. I disagreed with something, and I just told her that I disagreed on that part. And well, the rest is history. Ancient history at this point. The same with if I see a post I disagree with, like, is it Fifi or Fefe? I think Fefe. Like the punk rock VTuber that is always showing her boobs. Like so many do, but, you know. She posts stuff, and she usually posts her boobs on her. Last time she posted something and it was like, hey, what are you looking at? And my reaction was basically, well, I can't look at your eyes if the only thing in the picture is your boobs. If you want another reaction than a person staring at your boobs, then you should maybe post something else but your boobs. I don't care if it's my Oshi, my Kame Oshi, or whoever. If I disagree with them, they will hear it. My Kame Oshi, like the first one I saw that was actually from VTubers, was, I want to say Silver Veil, but I think it's actually Spite. And that made me then curious into what VTubers were, and that's where the entire rabbit hole started for me. But to be honest, I'm not even sure anymore who was the first VTuber I watched. I know I learned about Iron Mouse through YouTube because I saw like clips surfacing from her basically when she had her other not that many models and she wasn't in VShojo yet. Like when people donated for her to get a new pad, or she got like love bombed by a few people, like those things. Those were the first clips of Iron Mouse I found. And that made me into. Mine was Marnie from Hololive. I never actually looked at one of Hololive's members, I think. I only think I know from Hololive, I know the names. Because I know Gura is one of them, if I'm not mistaken. Then you have Mori is one of them. Crony is probably from Hololive. That's about it I know. And then yeah, you have Nichi Sanji for me. Scarla, I know from Nichi Sanji. and I actually watch her. Then you have Luca. I haven't watched him in a while. I usually saw him in collabs. Nina, and now Matara. I used to watch because it was just, for me it was usually just chill streams the moment Nina was on. Then Vox, but I think I watched like one episode of Vox and I was like, alright, I'm over this already. Ike, I saw his singing, his first karaoke he did, and man can sing, that's all I can say. Shu, I saw a few times in collabs. The one I looked was not Elera, but when she was the Now Shibidoki. That's Salen. There was one that I watched because it was Apex, and I like to see good people play Apex. Rosemi, is that the Banshee one? I don't know, man. I know I should know more about VTubing, but it's the same, like people went like, Aqua is retiring, not retiring, is graduating, and I'm like, who is Aqua? Like, I have no idea who this is. They're graduating. Well, I hope they found more luck in their next job. And it's like, this other person from Nietzsche is graduating. And I'm like, who is this? I didn't even know you existed. I only focus. My only focus is on the streamers I actually watch. So Nietzsche for me, it was Scarla and Selen. Those were like my two main ones that I watched, and now it's only Scarla. Or Scarl, depending on who you ask. As for the others, I don't even know like who half of them are. Like that's like point me in the direction of Niji Sanji, and I will be able to like name VTubers by how they look, but I will not have like. I would have been able to say that's the name. Maybe a little bit about the lore, but that's about it. Give me a second. I think I have seen her, but not 100% sure at this point. Well, I have really seen her like pass by on Twitter. Yeah, I do know the face, yeah. None of her streams are known to me. But I know the face, yeah. For me it's Scarla, however you want to name it. I keep calling her Scarla. Because that's how you would speak it in my language, I think. Just because there's an E at the end of her name. Good thing that was like I don't really know any other BRB. Move it. Up. Alright, my mom had to drop something off apparently. Oh yeah, from Niji, Selen was one of the only ones I watched. I think it was Selen. The rest was more of a sporadic watching. And Selen I also only watched when she was playing Apex, so. And to be fair, and Scarl depends basically for me, because right now she usually starts She either starts stream like very late when I'm already asleep or when I'm streaming. Both are not really ideal to to then tune into. And yeah, Salantatsky was one that I watched for sure. All the rest was kinda meh. Like, not that they were bad, it's just... it wasn't my thing. $308, yes. Ah, alright, I got 2 at least. It's the same as like Mori. I never really watched either, but I liked her song. What was it again? Would you please die for me or something like that? I think the title was. All I remember was that it was in Japanese. So well, it's part Japanese, part English. So. Can't play it now, but you know. And Gura, yeah, I know Gura because everyone knows Gura at this point. Someone who has like his tippy toes dipped in the VTuber world cannot not know of Gura. Yeah, I think Spite was the first one I watched. But as I said as well, it could be Silver Veil as well. I think Silver Veil was the yeah, wait. I think, yeah, Silver Veil is probably the first one I watched, and Spite was the first one that I called my waifu. For no reason. Well, there is a reason, but for my own personal reason, I called her my waifu. Let's be honest, it's never reciprocated, so I never looked for something behind that, so it's just she's waifu. Spite was waifu. Then I think I started like expanding my quote-unquote knowledge while VTubing myself with, let's see. The first one I expanded to were... Blooms was on the first one I expanded to. Then I had... Let's have a quick look. Blooms was one of the first ones I expanded to. Then there was... Camilla was one. Zen, because everyone said that she's one of the first and I should watch her. I find it very hard to watch Zen. And Fruit, but I stopped watching Fruit. Was even unfollowed and everyone. Yeah, those were the first ones, let's say. This is the one I cannot pick up, so I'm not going to go there. Whatever, it's not a waste of time. No, I already know it's not the one I can pick up. It's almost 3 down, so yeah. Never mind. Are there other people that I followed from her chat or from anyone else's chat? Not really. Like, I kept to the people that I liked watching. Frost was True Blooms. I think I saw Frost having like one time a collab with Blooms in D&D, and I was like, I like this man, I'm gonna follow him, like Frost Viper. Vampy, probably the same. No, Vampy was even not through Blooms, that was through recommended. It was also in the time when I was like more browsing VTubers than I do now. I had Drac those days as well, but Drac quit VTubing. And Eevee Pandaharu. Pandaharu Eevee. Just Eevee. I always mix the three up, but Eevee was definitely one I saw as well then. Together with Drag and Evelyn. Eve, however you wanna call her. It's basically Evelyn DE. Which I think means Evelyn from Germany. Yeah, and from there on it just kept on expanding and sometimes even like shrinking a little bit. I had one time when I just went through my list of like people I watch and I was just like, nah, don't really watch that anymore, don't watch them anymore, and just started throwing people out of my follow list. Because the people in my follow list, I also want to be the people that I actually like watching and I want to raid in. Don't get me wrong, I try not to rate the big names. Because one, I think it's a useless gesture sometimes. Because how would some of them react, and on the other hand it's like, I don't want to come off as that leecher that jumps into someone's chat and then goes like, yes, I am here to hopefully take 1 or 2 of your followers. Like, that is not my intent. I know some people have that intent, but I don't. It's more like, I want to share my community with you because I like you and your streams. That's about it I can think of. Like, that's like my entire VTuber. I also said like to a friend of mine, it took me like, it's only like 2 or 3 months ago that I started doing this. No longer for a haha joke. Because at first I treated this as a joke, or like friends asked me to stream, so I did and I enjoyed it and all that. But right now I'm also at the part of, if this could be a job, I would definitely make it a job. But that only started like a month or 2, 3 ago, that I was like, I want to make this into a job. The time before that it was more of a, it's a nice thought to have this as a job, but I know it's not gonna happen, so. So yeah. That's why I now stream for like at least 6 to 12 hours a day. Even if it is just like this, doing some mining or other silly stuff. That's why I have ordered a 2D model. I have ordered more and more art to just display or show or to put on Twitter that I can put like... The art has also like two sides to it for me, because for one it's like to put my name a little bit out there on Twitter, but on the other hand it's just with the people that I like. Or sometimes scenarios that I would see like our characters have. That is what the art is to me. I know it's kind of childish, but you know, sometimes I can be a little. I have the right to be a little bit childish. Sometimes I also just feel like way too old to get even into this. Because I will see things on like appear on Twitter and I will be like, what the fuck are you even saying or doing at this point? Anyways. I think the hardest part for me is to like get better at the entire social media bit at least. Because I already think I'm at least a decent gamer myself. Or a streamer. Let's probably get better in on the social media platform, get better at the entire get better equipment basically. That is also a thing. I hope the two goes hand in hand with each other, but we'll see. Once I get all those things like fixed and in line with each other, then hopefully I can become a bit bigger. Eventually start hunting down a partner program for myself. Even if it is without boobs or bulge or anything like that, I just wanna have fun, talk to my chat and build a rapport like that. That's what I want to do. Also for the fact that if I go out and I play things like Apex, when people in my chat ask if they want to join, I can just say yes, and I do not have to be afraid of what they will say or what they will do whenever they get into the Discord then. You know? That would be also a thing, like I can just start a game with someone and I don't have to be afraid constantly or like, oh, for a lot of people it's, oh, can they take the banter that I have with my team? Can they control themselves enough so that all of it is passable for me, or at least or for Twitch, like, you know? Because if I can be sure about those things that they happen, hell, I'll be playing games with my chat almost every day, I think. I'll be playing Final Fantasy, inviting them for groups to do the daily roulettes, go over to Apex and they can join me for my warm-up rounds then. No, Baldur's Gate probably not, because that is quite a hard one to constantly have someone swap in or swap out. If I can play DBD, they can be survivors. They can be the survivors and I will be the killer. Like, all those things seem like more possible to me than it is some people I see trying or doing, and I want to see if it really is. It's also the part of I want to see if it really is that hard or not. Because as I said, I'm not afraid to be shown that I'm wrong. So if I'm wrong that it is really harder than I think, that would be the best way to show me. Instead of just saying like, oh, it's hard to do this. Because I also know if I ever become like partner and stuff, I think I'm gonna take like a day, like let's say out of the blue a random day, let's say Thursday. Thursday will be the day where we explore smaller streamers. So I'll give people a poll, or I give people a chance to shout out some names and make a poll of 4 names, and then we'll go to that person. Like if I have like 100 views, and the requirements would be like, let's say small streamer, like 50 views or less. Just like a random day where you go, where I ask my chat 50 views or less and I will rate that person. The only thing I will say probably that will be attached to it is they have to be playing the game that I played last. And it will take me like a few seconds to actually check on these people, like what are they saying, what are they doing. Other than that, I don't see an issue of why I wouldn't do that, like just one day where I show like my appreciation for small streamers and I pop in there just to say hello. And if they get angry because I do that, because they got quote unquote love bombed, it's fine for me. I'll just ban them, which means they will no longer show up in my list, and I will move on. Like I think the biggest problem in the VTuber world is most VTubers are always afraid to lose someone of their audience to someone else. That's why they only rate their own friends, because they know that the friends will rate them back, so that one person will stay between those two, let's say. Or they go to the really big ones because chances are they're already in their chat. So there's not really a risk they're taking with that. It's like for any like big VTuber that says I support small streamers, my question is simple. When was the last time you rated someone with 50 viewers or less? Preferably less than 50 viewers. When was the last time? Or someone totally random that is not in your friend list? Those are the two questions I will ask. Because I can tell you now, 90% of them won't be able to say that day. They won't even remember when they did it. And it's sad. Because it's basically the VTubers who have also crawled their way up there that are forgetting how hard the crawl is and don't care about the ones who are crawling up right now. That's why I want to make it like more of my thing to actually go and support those who are trying to get up there. Don't worry, I already hear the entire thing of like, we are still struggling and still getting up there. Alright. My question remains the same. When was the last time you rated someone with 50 viewers or less? I think yesterday was the only day I didn't rate anyone. No, not the only day. I have more days that I don't rate anyone because I only see the big VTubers online on my wish list. I think only Piccadilly was live and he was playing something completely different and I was like, nah. If it was an MMO I might have just popped in, but I forgot already what he was streaming, but it was so far away from Final Fantasy that I said no. And I rated Piccadilly before as well, so I think that is my only like thing I will say for like raids, it's like I have to get some like, if I raid someone I want to be like at least a week in between before I raid them again. Because I could raid like Vampy on a daily basis, to just give an example, but I also like to want to raid other people. And I'm not forced to raid anyone, so... Oh shit, I haven't been looking at the number, I'm at 500, I'm done with this one. I'm yapping so much I forgot that I was actually mining. Let's go here. But yeah, it's also one of those quote-unquote touchy subjects that you cannot bring up, because people will just go mental. Oh yeah, it's that touchy subject, the same as like the entire thing that we had here the last time with the OnlyFans part. Touchy subject as well. But I'm not even going to get into politics, because what's the point? That's the real question. It's not like my opinion is gonna change anything. The thing I always am looking for, if I look around for like streamers and well, almost by default at that point, VTubers is the thing I look for in their VODs are more like gaming moments than anything else. Like, do they have like this gamer moment where they like frag an entire team, or where you can see them play and they're really, really good? Those are the things I'm mostly looking at, and it's sometimes those clips are sometimes the hardest to find. Because people don't think they're funny or good, and I'm like, that is what I'm looking for, so... Or just like, if I have to look for something else, it's like maybe cute moments of the streamer. That's also something that is on my list that I look for. Or their interactions with chat. I think those three are important to me. The interactions with chat is just basically because I know how I interact with my chat. So I kinda wanna have the same vibe that another streamer is giving me with their chat. If it's someone that barely pays attention to their chat, it's already like, nah, I'll move on from this. Oh, and criticism, also a point. If some guy comes into your chat and they start trolling you, how do they handle that? Because I've seen a few that just like roast the guy completely. And I'm like, yeah, that's actually a good way of dealing with it. Still not the most ideal way, but it's a good way. I definitely mined enough for today. Of course. There are a few things I watch out for when I go for new streamers. And I still make mistakes. Like we all do. Ah yes, that was the guy that left and I didn't know nothing about. It's Hex Haywire, so yeah.
He's out! That being Hex Haywire of Niji Sanji English. The agency just minutes ago sent out this announcement. We hereby announce that the Niji Sanji Ian Liver Hex Haywire will graduate on August 23rd, 2024 JST. Thank you for your understanding and for your support of Niji Sanji and Niji Sanji EN. The statement continuing, as a member of XLA, Hex Haywire debuted in December of 2022 and charmed fans with his soothing voice and never-fading humor. We cannot thank Hex Haywire enough for all of his contributions to Niji Sanji Ian Liver and sincerely wish him the best on his next journey. To our fans and everyone involved, we understand how difficult it is to accept Hex's graduation. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for your support of Hex and Niji Sanji English. After 23rd August, 2024 JST, Hex Haywire will cease all Liver activities. For further details regarding Hex Haywire's graduation, please refer to the paragraph below reading graduation date, 23rd August, 2024 JST. Social media accounts public until after Hex Haywire's graduation stream. Membership and exclusive content available until after Hex Haywire's graduation stream. Fans letters accepted until 23rd September 2024 JST. Paragraph almost form letter. Announcement continuing, the Nijisanji EN VTuber group XLA will continue to pursue their activities with Bear Vermilion, Miliko Kyoran, Doppio Dropside, and Kunika Torihime. Kunika, at the time of this recording, having not been live on her own channel for nearly 6 months, XLA having already lost one of their members in early 2023, that being Zion Lanza, who was terminated from Nijisanji English. The statement continuing, we kindly ask for your continued support of XLA and Nijisanji English. For all inquiries related to the matter, please contact Any Color Incorporated. Please refrain from directly contacting our company's livers, including any contact on social media or on stream. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. 8th August 2024, Any Color Incorporated. Hex Haywire just minutes ago tweeting out, I said until death, and I meant that with my chest. You have changed my life in such profound ways. Thank you for affording me a second chance at life. Sicklings. Sicklings being the name of his fan base. Hex saying further, we have 2 more weeks together. Let's make it count. Hex later going live and explaining the situation. Stating as the announcement went up from Nijisanji that he felt very relieved and that this has been on his mind for a while, going so far as back as December of 2023, and that he came to this decision in February of 2024, citing the main reason as artistic differences and that things with Nijisanji could not be changed. Hex would go on to make clear this was
Come on.
and that after his graduation, all of his videos will remain on his channel. Reacting tonight was Bear Vermilion, stating, I'll never let you go, buddy. Cookie Violetta with Love You Hexy, please keep in touch, baby daddy. Rainbow Endo giving out a hug. Doppio Dropside, stating, my nerdy glasses wearing bro who says funny things. And lastly, Anime Impulse, remarking, wishing him all the best, we're gonna miss him. We'll have more as this story develops. Hex Haywire recently gaining lots of attention to his past life account, which has become more and more active, having just tweeted out 2 days ago, I really just don't be giving a F anymore. We also have other breaking news tonight from Idol, sending out this follow-up announcement regarding Brave Group US's acquisition of Idol, and announcing the graduations of Katarina Cutie, Puyo Cloverfield, Juna Unagi, Rin Penrose, and from Idol ES, Micah. This statement reading, we want to start by thanking everyone for the warm welcome following our recent announcement about Idol's acquisition by
5 or 6 people leaving. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Oh. Then I don't know. You're right. We understand the transition. Until that, Nikore. Set the seating order is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people leaving in one go. Jesus.
Brave Group US. Your support and trust means everything to us. We promise to do our best to meet your expectations. We also want to express our gratitude for the Idol management team's willingness to work with us. Their cooperation is essential for a seamless transition and the success of our shared vision. As noted in the previous announcement, when integrating Idol into Brave Group US, we prioritize giving every talent the freedom to choose their future with us. It was important to us that no one felt forced into a decision amidst such significant changes. We understand that transitions can be daunting and working within a larger corporate structure isn't for everyone. Therefore, we are thrilled that Nikki Ray, Connie Confetti, Kai Sakoda, Momo Otako, Hoko Raccoon, Roko Rauren, Koa Akugaki, Lullaby Lullaby, Ruby Runeheart, Taiga Torigami, Chika Fuji Lisa, Inya Ignis, and Chevelle Tanya have chosen to stay and work with us on growing Idol together. We're sad to see them go, but we deeply respect the decision of Katarina Cutie, Puyo Cloverfield, Juna Unagi, Rin Penrose, and Micah05 to pursue their paths independently. We're committed to celebrating their journeys at Idol with a dedicated farewell stream in November. Under the terms of the signed agreements, instead of requiring any upfront payment for the IP, we will engage in a revenue-sharing model for 1 year. This arrangement ensures
Oh, come on. 21 failed.
own terms, regardless of the personal financial situations at the timing of departure. We are also excited to announce that we will immediately start working on 3D model debuts for the talents who choose to stay. Once again, to repeat, under the terms of their signed agreements, Idol under Brave Group US will be engaging in a revenue-sharing model for 1 year with the departing talents. These talents able to keep their VTuber models and also their channels and social media. And what about Idol EN Gen 3? In titled Wildfire back on June 1st during this teaser movie. The statement continuing on, regarding the debut of Idol EN3, we are committed to ensuring the highest quality debuts. To achieve this, we have decided to delay the debuts until October. Additionally, we will debut 4 talents following the departure of one of the upcoming talents. So once again, of these 5, one has already left before their debut. And as TBS has been told in the
More than a quarter of what I made was already filled. What is this bullshit?
meaning that the remaining talents will have been waiting to debut for nearly a year. The statement continuing, we are also aware of the concerns regarding the delivery of previously undelivered merchandise. We're taking steps to address these issues. We will attach a detailed shipping schedule for all pending orders and the replies. Should any delays occur or issues arise in producing the merchandise, scheduled dates, we will provide refunds. Thank you for your patience and continued support. Warm regards, Idol. As now we return to the original video content before this breaking news. They knew that regarding the graduation of Minato Aqua of Hololive Japan. Set to graduate on August 28th after 6 years with Hololive. Aqua also being one of the top 10 most subscribed VTubers on all of YouTube.
Okay.
Their very own commercially released game. That game coming by way of Instagram, surprising many yesterday with this announcement, confirming that a new aquarium game was in production, but due to the graduation of Minato Aqua, the development of this game has now been canceled. That as other Hololive members would take to Twitter and to stream, like Natsuhiro Mitsuri, revealing that they had known for some time that Aqua was going to graduate. A saddened Usada Kokora taking to stream to say that her and other members knew months ago, even confirming that the recent Hollow Arc event was to take place after this summer, but was pushed forward so that Aqua could take part in it. Kokora adding that she's trying to avoid telling Aqua not to graduate to her choice, and how she regrets not getting to know Aqua sooner. Aqua later on her own stream admitting that she had watched Kokora talking about her, leading to a cycle of her crying, watching more of the stream, crying, checking social media, and crying. Aqua going on to say that Kokora is strong and caring, but doesn't show it openly. Further confirming that Hololive members knew is Keikos Bells, an adopted Hololive Japan member, taking the stream to say this.
I'm sure you've all seen the news already about Aqua Senpai's graduation. I will say we knew that it was going to happen before you guys found out, obviously. Aqua Senpai has been one of the pillars of Hololive, and she will forever be remembered as such. I will always think back on my memories with her very fondly, though it is a reminder that nothing is forever, so please treasure the time you have left with her. I'm going to do that too. Let's make this the best summer ever. I love Aqua!
Further, we have Yukahana Lami sharing her feelings on a Twitter space, and handedly translated by Z10. Lami saying, yeah, of course you're all surprised too, right? The Hollow members are all surprised too. But Hololive, you know, there hasn't been many graduations, right? We're a rare group in which it takes time for people to join, and there's not many who leave. That's why when a graduation like this happens, it's the same for listeners and members. It's hard to know how to express your feelings. This time though, one thing that was rare about this graduation, there was a lot of back and forth with management to decide things. Aquatan said so. Even I was surprised about that. I just thought that no one would ever be gone. I just thought Hollow would never have someone disappear suddenly. I've been living thinking that, and even though that's not the case, it's really sad, right? Lami adding, since the group has turned big and the company has IPO'd, the management is going to be different from back then, and there will be things we could do that we can no longer do. A big one, like being unable to do both anniversary and birthday events. There's also many good things that come from being big. It's complicated since we've done things while small. It's because we've gotten big that we can do more merch, make collabs with major businesses, and make big concerts. But due to that, it's not like we can do anything. Generally though, for me, I have a lot of things I still want to do and aim for. But for now, until the end of the month, let's cheer for Aquatan together. We saw while another Hollow JP member, Susei Hoshimachi, had taken both to a Twitter space and also stream. On stream saying, compared to when Aqua had joined, our company has become an incredibly huge organization. There's so much that we can do because our company is now so big. Comparing our time when we were still small, we will not topple easily, but we have also had to become serious. The company has to pull the reins to some some extent, I would rather we not blame someone or say that someone is at fault. As she has said, it's a difference in direction. This all while Niji Sanji's Sara Hoshikawa has been celebrating her birthday, releasing a brand new cover song alongside Suisei and others in Hall Live Production and Niji Sanji, while also being joined on her birthday stream by Aqua herself. The Niji Sanji talent sang of Aqua that she's been more like a friend, hoping that she would never graduate, but understanding how selfish that is to ask. Hall Live fan Sashiro Botan being positive on the outlook of this, stating Aqua may have a very nice future ahead of her outside of Hall Live, and that where there's an end, there's also a beginning. And then there's Aqua herself taking the screen, saying, I know I'm smiling, and you might think I'm not sad, but I am sad. Extremely sad. I've seen some people treat me like I'm passing away, but I'm still here, and as long as you keep me in your heart, I will never die. Real death happens when you're no longer in people's hearts. That's what I believe. I'll say this again at the end of the summer, since I'm sure you'll forget. I'm still here, and you see me, I'm not a ghost. It's almost like we can still hear her voice. Other Hall Live members taking to Twitter to share their thoughts on the graduation, including fellow Gen 2 member Subaru, tweeting out that it hurts to see, and that she still selfishly hopes that Aqua does not graduate. Himemora Luna reacting with I'll be cheering you on until the end. Inagami Korne here with I'll always leave the swing open for you. Shirokami Fubuki tweeting out tough, and later when something is impossible, it's impossible. Let's all take a break from social media and the internet. It's really important to sort out your feelings. That's advice from Fox. Omosuzu Naneshi reacting with Nene will always be a female warrior swinging a thin sword around. When the time comes, come and help out with your cool jewel wielding sword. This being a Sword Art Online reference, favorite series of Aqua's. Nene going on to say, I'll be rooting for you who fights at all times, and I'm really glad I had the opportunity to work with you. Ricolas' Aoi saying, Aqua Senpai, I miss you so much. Thank you so much for all your attention. I'll be rooting for you so much. I love you. As Mori Calliope of Hall Live English, we tweet out Aqua Senpai, respect always. I wish we spent more time together, but regardless, she's someone who made Hall Live what it is now, and no one will forget that. I'm supporting her future adventures. Amelia Watson tweeting, Aqua Senpai, thank you so much for all of your hard work. I've always respected the path you paved. I will continue to cherish my memories at Hall Live. I hope that wherever you go, you will be surrounded by happiness and warmth. Iris tweeting, ever since I first heard Aqua Senpai's Aqua Hero palette, meaning Aqua's first original song, I've admired her and thought this is what an idol is all about. I believe that no matter where she goes from here on out, she has a wonderful future ahead of her. Elizabeth Rose Bloodflame, thank you for sharing your beautiful talent with us, Aqua Senpai. Gigi Murrin, I'll always be cheering for Aqua Senpai with all my heart. I wish her happiness and everything, and wish her activities with a big smile until the end. Irani EO15, Aqua Hero palette will always be my #1 song to sing in karaoke. And actually the first song of Hall Live that I remember. Convolia Rainey looking back and saying Aqua's Minecraft Neighbor series was one of the few arcs that made me so amused and laughed non-stop even before I ventured deep into the Hall Live rabbit hole. Aqua Senpai has made such a huge impact and touched a lot of people's lives. Much love. Kyla Kowalski with Aqua Senpai, thank you for all the amazing memories. I wish nothing but the best for you. As Kobo Kanaru with reply to Aqua's graduation notice saying, I'm sorry that my first interaction with you was like this. 6 years has been a long journey. Well done, Aqua Senpai. Others in the VTuber sphere reacting like Made Mint here with Aquaton. Numi quote retweeting saying, not doing so good at all. Bichojo's Fruit reacting to the news with you are an inspiration to us all. Thanks for bringing so many laughs and smiles to so many.
Meanwhile, Salimi is here like, who is this?
Of us. Space Connect's Pickup Hitkin responded to the news with she is the first person I called Oshi, a wonderful onion that inspired me to stream despite my anxieties, and her future be as wonderful as her time in Hollow was for her fans. This says the Wikipedia Bahasa Indonesia Twitter account is back at it, slyly referring to VTuber News on one of their tweets, saying this is the reason why we shed tears when cutting onions. This as artists had gone on to react to the news. Sura here with Aquaton is the reason I got into Hall Live. Will continue to support her wherever she goes. Nico Tararin showing their mutuals with Aqua and saying, at that time I couldn't draw for 3 years. And then I met her. I listened to Aqua Hero palette every night and eventually fell in love with her voice. I really love the part where she sings, please find me soon, and I wish I had met you sooner. Thank you for finding me, Aquaton. Felucia Hime showing off their massive Hall Live work, remarking I was really happy when I drew them for the first time. But as time goes by, every time I look at them, and every time I continue to draw them, it becomes really painful. But even in that pain, there's a lot of memories that have been gathered. I will continue to try not to forget them as much as I can. This artist is then going on to post up this work of various graduated September. And further news out of Shoujo, originally opening auditions back on July 9th, and now announcing applications are officially closed. Shoujo saying they'll be reviewing and reaching out to applicants who are moving forward over the next 2 weeks. Reiterating, if you've been selected to move to the next round, please receive an email.
Alright, so in 2 weeks I will know.
September. And further news out of Shoujo, originally opening auditions back on July 9th, and now announcing applications are officially closed. Shoujo saying they'll be reviewing and reaching out to applicants who are moving forward over the next 2 weeks. Reiterating, if you've been selected to move to the next round, please expect to receive an email from @vshoujo.com regarding your application. Please note we won't consider any applications sent after August 6th, and any new members that are selected from this application won't debut until 2025. This all while we very quickly have Shoujo staff member Rio remarking, I already threw away Kuro's, Mel's, Michi's, and Zen's applications. Thank you kindly. Giga replying, thank you so much for considering my application. I will be awaiting a reply soon. One day she might get in. This as Shoujo is in Vexpo this weekend. Seen here showing off their merch collection available at this event in the UK. As who is also attending this event is Asterline, showing off the merchandise that will be available at their booth, and also offering in-person autograph sessions. Well, next we also have Brave Groups before Mirai.
Alright.
This past weekend.
That's about it, I think. I'll be right back. Oh boy. This is not good. Now my chair is giving out. Like the one gamer chair I have is giving up. It gave up on life. Alright. Alright, there's nothing really more I can do right. Oh yeah, wait. There is one thing I can do more. Oh, this is a Shaba. Ukopacha. It's set to my FF14, yeah, okay. Alright, let's move on. Next we're on like the other side, I think. Yeah, no, this is becoming a waste of time. Anyways, moving on. think one of them is there. No, this is not it. Ah. Is it here then? Oh yeah, it's here. Okay. I need to kill these as well. Oh. Well, here are the birds. Alright. Well, I only need the smaller yellow ones now. Kozamawaka. Huh? You know, easy names to pronounce, right? Right, at this point I'm starting to think I'm looking in the wrong side. Oh. Kozamauka is the area I'm in right now. It's this part where the fucking colibris are. Alright. Well, at least my trip up there wasn't for nothing. I should find the little yellow birds around here. And here's where the like green giant thingies are, isn't there? Oh, the hammerheads. Okay. And here's the S rank. Anyways. The green friendly chainsaw, not really friendly, but As friendly as they get, I suppose. Hey, extra XP gives extra XP. Haha. I didn't bother them or anything, so why would I not take it? I know where I am. Oh, here they are. God damn it, I was just about to say I can't find these goddamn little birds, but here they are. That's the first stack done, so now we're up to Yakta. Thought the lions were in there. Where the flowers? The flowers were. The lions were, right? Yeah. Alright. So, for this one I need these ones as well, okay, and the mantises, yeah. And the lions were these, okay. So the mantises are back and the shell things are here. And a few more lions here as well. Oh, I only needed one, okay. Okay.
I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I'm... Hi, my name is Jason Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I am my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, just an indie studio, and I've been here for about 8 years. I also run a massive community. We've got about 180,000 people in Discord, and most of what I do is try to teach other people how to make games, teach them that they can make games, show them the tools to do so, and try to do everything without any paywalls or bullshit. It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games, and that the next generation has the tools to do so, so that our medium doesn't die out, and it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this. So with that in mind, that community brought me this, and tried to get me to sign it. And I don't want to. Number one, I can't, because I don't live in Europe. But number two, I wouldn't sign it even if I could. And I'm going to kind of go through this and try to explain the reasoning as to why that would be the case, without all of the internet hate machine that's growing up around it. So let's go into how this works and why this is an issue. First things first, what is an initiative? So an initiative is actually not law. It is something that you put together so you can put it up in front of representatives and they can start the conversation. The reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future, this ain't it. And the reason why is specifically on this initiative, under its own description, it says, this initiative calls to require publishers that sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union or related features and assets sold for video games they operate to leave said video games in a functional playable state. Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. This isn't always possible in all video games, and it doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat. It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games. How would you keep League of Legends in a functional playable state? You'd have to re-architect the entire game. The game is what is called client-server. So in client-server models, there's a server and there's a client, and all of the math, all of the game, everything happens on the server. The client just displays it. And the reason we want to do it that way is so that you can't teleport around and do a billion damage. You don't trust the client. You trust the server. The client just displays what it's told, right? So if we wanted to re-architect this, we'd have to take all of that server logic, push it back out into the client, and somehow make that playable in a multiplayer-only video game. That doesn't make sense to me. So this isn't going to work for all games. Why is it calling out all games? And it's really easy to say, like, oh, you know, that'll get worked out down the line. But we're dealing with government here. If we're going to be putting up these types of ideas, specifically in front of government, we need to be calling out the right issues, especially if you don't have precedent set. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense, with people that may not understand the nuance of our industry, all in the name of saving games. I can't agree with that. So let's go into why this is happening. Right? So why did this start in the first place? What is the specific cases they've called out that are egregious? And they have one. It's The Crew. So action on The Crew. The video game The Crew, published by Ubisoft, was recently destroyed for all players and had a player base of at least 12 million people. Due to the game's size and France's strong consumer protection laws, this represents one of the best opportunities to hold a publisher accountable for this action. If we're successful in charges being pressed against Ubisoft, this can have a ripple effect on the video games industry to prevent publishers from destroying more games. First off, I don't like the idea in this that it has a player base of 12 million people. That is not how long-running games work. There is a large number of people that buy the game, and that player base slowly dwindles off until nobody is playing it anymore. If there's any cost associated with keeping the game online, if this was an online video game, then eventually it costs more to keep it online than it does to keep running, right? So the cost outweighs the amount of income for it. There are bad business practices that can occur in there. There are companies that will sell a online-only game as a single-player experience and kind of just put it into the TOS and hide it. But not all companies do that. When they do, we should be calling out that specific company, not all companies. So let's take a look at this and find out more about the Crew itself. And if we pull up their Wikipedia, we can see that the Crew was actually created in 2014, which, much to the hatred of all of us oldies on the internet, was 10 years ago. Oh. So this was an online-only racing video game developed by Ubisoft Ivory Tower and Ubisoft Reflections and published by Ubisoft. So all Ubisoft, right? With that in mind, it said it was a scaled-down recreation of the contiguous United States and included both role-playing and large-scale multiplayer elements. So it had a massive multiplayer component to it. It is an online-only service-based game, and they shut it down 10 years later. On March 31st, 2024, Ubisoft shut down the game's servers, rendering the game unplayable, which is normal for live service games. The only thing that I can see in here that could be a problem is if they posted it as not an online-only experience. But everything that I found online shows that the game was always marketed as online-only. If you're going to be buying an online-only game, that means it can only run when it's online. And if the servers need to shut down in the future, far in the future, it makes sense to me for the access to that game to be cut, if it's online only. If it's a single-player experience that has online-only functionality specifically just to shut down the game in the future, and the online-only doesn't actually add any gameplay functionality, I'd agree with you. That's a shitty business practice. But that's really rare. And in the specific cases where it does happen, we should call out that, not just all games and not all live service games. Further, there's more context to this, too. The Crew itself came out in 2014, but it actually had a sequel that came out in 2018. And then it had another sequel that came out in 2023. And if we go to the Crew's Steam DB, which again is not going to be all of the player base for this, it's only going to show the ones who were playing it through Steam. It was on multiple platforms. And we look at the max here, it did start out with a sizable amount of community. And then it degraded. And it had a major drop-off in 2018, which is the same year that it launched a sequel. This is normal. When a sequel comes out, a lot of the player base, if the sequel doesn't suck, will move over, and then the servers effectively die. You can't run a live service game on this few players. You can't. Most of the time, especially not if there's anything else that goes into it. And if we go into that anything else, and we can see that there was license problems. So on December 14th, 2023, Ubisoft delisted the Crew and its expansions from digital platforms, suspended sales of microtransactions, and announced that the game's servers would shut down on March 31st. So they gave them 3 months. Usually I would say, hey, 6 months is probably a better deal, but if they're going to do 3 months, they're going to do 3 months. The only thing that I'd be interested outside of that is if there was a contractual obligation to do more than 3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not. Citing upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies. And a 10-year running game likely means that they had licensed them for 10 years. And that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now, I understand that's speculation, but I've seen this type of a deal many times in the industry while I've been working in it. So it's not unlikely. If you're going to have to renegotiate on a game that has so few players and is not turning a profit anymore, you're probably just going to forego the renegotiation. And if those servers are aging, you're not going to want to recreate that infrastructure. And there are some people that will say, well, just make it all single player. Well, I've explained that that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. When you already have sequels out and the game has basically no players left anyway, it makes more sense to just move on. I don't find that to be a problem from the developer perspective, and I understand that people find that to be a problem from the player perspective. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it because I understand the burden that puts if we raise that problem in the way that we are right now. If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not run one at all, then no one's going to run them. And we're going to miss out on adventures like Final Fantasy XIV. And even though I don't play anymore, League of Legends, or any other live service game, any of them. You're talking everything, like even phone games, as funny as that is. A lot of people don't realize that phone games require online-only activity. What about things like Pokemon Go? What about stuff like Monster Hunter Now? What about any of these? We never get any of them. And that's why I think this needs to not be vague. It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem. So now we're going to go to Ross, otherwise known as Accursed Farms, the creator of this initiative, and one of the ones that's pushing it the most online. I'm going to let him say exactly why he thinks that this will go through very easily and why it is important, and then I'm going to tell you why I don't agree with it.
Becomes law in the EU? Yeah, it might be. Now, it's not a guarantee, but I think if we get the signatures, this passes. Why do I say that? Well, it's a few factors. Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't a big consequence to them or most of their constituency.
I'm going to stop it there for a moment. The assertion that politicians just like easy wins, so this legislation will go through, that the politicians don't care about a multi-billion-dollar global industry, and that it doesn't matter to their constituencies, is incredibly absurd to me. I don't think this is the right direction at all for a movement like this. I think it's incredibly damaging and it makes our entire industry look bad, both on the player side and the developer side. If we're going to be putting forward anything that may eventually turn into legislation, it should be passing because it's the right thing to do for consumers and developers, and that there's some kind of a middle ground, not just because it's an easy win and politicians don't care. This sets us off on a completely wrong foot.
EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway.
And that's dangerous. If we're going to be setting precedent, which could change the way that law works all the way down the road, then we need to be sending the right message, which this is sending a vague message that doesn't cover the actual problem. So this is not a win to me. This is a huge risk.
And we would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know, how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it?
In the case of live service games, in the terms of service for those, you are not buying the game. You're buying a license to the game. And that's the part that's really different. If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms. But if we're under this weird idea that we need to get rid of all live service games, or damage that practice in any way to keep in line with consumer policies, it is in line with consumer policies. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be there in the first place. So this doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. You're not buying the game, you're buying a license to the game. In the niche cases where a studio is trying to sell a game as if you are buying it or purchasing it or using that language specifically, and they give you a live service game instead, I agree that should change. That language should change. You are not purchasing the game, you are not buying the game, you are paying to have a license to a live service experience. I get that. Is that what this is doing though? The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state, which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically, not this vague bullshit.
And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians will prefer not to deal with.
That's really gross to me as well. The idea that this is just a diversion from serious topics and they can get an easy win in and we can just push it through and there won't be a lot of pushback on it and they're not going to have to think about it too hard, that's crazy dangerous, dude. If you're going to be setting precedent, if you're going to be putting forward something that you want to start a conversation to eventually become legislation, and these are the reasons for it, not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you. And I think that the tactics that you're using here are really disgusting. So yes, I won't agree with that, and I won't agree with Ross. There's no way around that. I think this is gross. To sum it all up, no, I will not be. My name is Jason.
Oh God.
My name is Jason Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I am my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, just a new studio, and I've been here for about 8 years. I also run a massive community. We've got about 180,000 people in Discord, and most of what I do is try to teach other people how to make games, teach them that they can make games, show them tools to do so, and try to do everything without any paywalls or bullshit in the way. It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games, and that the next generation has the tools to do so, so their medium doesn't die out.
Okay.
And it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this. So with that in mind, that community brought me this. And
right.
To sign it. And I don't want to. Number one, I can't because I don't live in Europe. But number two, I wouldn't sign it even if I could. I'm going to kind of go through this and try to explain the reasoning as to why that would be the case, without all of the internet hate machine that's growing around. So let's go into how this works and why this is an issue. First things first, what is an initiative? So an initiative is actually not law. It is something that you put together, so you put it up in front of representatives and they can start the conversation. The reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future, this ain't it. And the reason why is specifically on this initiative, under its own description, it says, this initiative calls to require publishers to sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union or related features and assets sold for video games they operate to leave said video games in a functional playable state. Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. Okay. This isn't always possible in all video games, and it doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat. It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games. How would you keep League of Legends in a functional playable state? You'd have to re-architect the entire game. The game is what.
Well, that's what people do. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have done that. Like people did that with WoW. Yeah, there's a lot of examples of that. Sure. No, it's definitely hard to do.
Server. So,
yeah, I don't think that companies should have to provide their source code. Like, they shouldn't have to give out their source code after they stop making the game. But if somebody wants to make a recreation of the game, that's okay, and they shouldn't be shut down. So, like, that's really my only perspective on this. Like, all the rest of this could be right. Like, I could easily see where he's coming from with this. Yeah, sure. Wayfinder also did it really well. Yeah, we had an old patch show. Exactly, yeah. So I think that's really... Like, the fact that companies can shut down a private server after the company is no longer providing the game, I think that's really the problem. That's actually the issue, because, like, if you have a game that's like, for example, The Crew, this is like one of the recent contemporary examples, people were able to remake the game and continue providing support for the game, even after the developers stopped providing support for the game. And I think that's a good thing. That's a great thing. You know, even if you look at it from as abstract of a perspective as art preservation, it's art preservation. 100% this is good. He talks about that violating the law because it's licensing. Oh yeah, no, but I disagree with the law. No, I don't think that the licensing and the copyright laws that we have are in the best interest of the consumer. I think that they give too much control and too much power to the individual companies. Like, for example, I don't think that Nintendo should be able to shut down a tournament for Smash Brothers Melee. I don't think they should be able to do that. You purchased the game, you bought the game, you spent your money on the game, you should have the autonomy to decide what you do with that game and how you present that game and what you... Like, for example, like, you don't have to pay a, you know, like, you don't have to ask, I don't know, like, whoever makes a hammer or a chainsaw, if you need to, like, you have to pay them a dividend, you don't have to pay them commission if you build a house and you sell the house. So after you sell something to a person, I think that person should have pretty much complete autonomy to do what they want with it, unless that it's creating a market replacement for the product in the market at that time, right? For example, a private server for WoW while WoW is still active, for example. So yeah, that's what I think. You buy something, you own it, and you also own the autonomy of how you want to use it. I don't see how, like, there's any benefit to the population that that's not the case. You're not even a developer? No, I'm not. That's the point, right? But, like, it's so no, I'm not. You're exactly right. I'm a consumer. I gave them my money. And I want to be able to do what I want with what I bought with my money. Period. It's that simple.
For models, there's a server and there's a client, and all of the math, all of the game, everything happens on the server. The client just displays it. And the reason we want to do it that way is so that you can't teleport around and do a billion damage. You don't trust the client. You trust the server. The client just displays what it's told, right? So if we
New World did the opposite. Remember that?
wanted to re-architect this, we'd have to take all of that server logic, push it back out into the client, and somehow make that playable in a multiplayer-only video game. Doesn't make sense to me. So this isn't going to work.
Well, I think a lot of people have done that before. A lot of people have recreated servers in games. And I think the reason why they're not happening as often is actually because they would get shut down. I feel like we probably would already have a playable version of Bloodborne on PC right now with 60 FPS. We would probably have one at this very moment if Sony couldn't shut it down.
All games, why is it calling out all games? And it's really easy to say, like, oh, you know, that'll get worked out down the line. But we're dealing with government here. If we're going to be putting up these types of ideas, specifically in front of government, we need to be calling out the right issues.
Yeah, I think this has always been, it seems like, Thor's problem with this whole topic, is that he doesn't agree with the way that it's stated inside of the initiative. But what he said originally, I think, is true, is that it is simply an initiative. And the initiative begins a conversation that is more technical about what the actual law should be. So I don't agree with the language in the initiative, absolutely. But I agree that it's a problem that should be solved.
If you don't have precedence. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense with people that may not understand the nuance of our industry, all in the name of saving games. I can't agree with that. So let's go into why this is happening. Right? So why did this start in the first place? What is the specific cases they called out that are egregious? And they have one. It's The Crew. So action on The Crew. The video game The Crew, published by Ubisoft, was recently destroyed for all players and had a player base of at least 12 million people. Due to the game's size and France's strong consumer protection laws, this represents one of the best opportunities to hold a publisher accountable for this action. If we're successful in charges being pressed against Ubisoft, this can have a ripple effect on the video games industry to prevent publishers from destroying more games. First off, I don't like the idea in this that it has a player base of 12 million people. That is not how long.
Yeah, I think this is another thing that rubbed him the wrong way, is that I think that he didn't like the language that was used in the post about it, and he thought the language was problematic for, I think, a couple of different reasons. Yeah, he didn't, which is like, that's different, right? I mean, it's different.
Games work. There is a large number of people that buy the game, and that player base slowly dwindles off until nobody is playing anymore.
Sure.
If there's any cost associated with keeping the game online, which this was an online video game, then eventually it costs more to keep it online than it does to keep running, right? So the cost outweighs the amount of income for it.
Right, and he's totally right about this, and I think everybody that's involved in this conversation would agree that we should not hold companies liable to continue providing service to a game when the game is no longer financially viable. Because this would effectively kill every single live service game instantaneously, and they would never be able to be made again. Like, nobody, like, you can't do that. Yeah, it's simple, there's no way.
There are bad business practices that can occur in that. There are companies that will sell a online-only game as a single-player experience and kind of just put it into the TOS and hide it. But not all companies do that. When they do, we should be calling out.
And also, like, an example of this, I think probably the best parallel that we've had recently is Wayfinder. So Wayfinder was an MMO that then the publisher dropped, I forgot the name of the studio that's making it. But the publisher dropped the studio that was making it. The game really wasn't performing very well. And then the developers of the game came back and re-released it as a single-player game with multiplayer features, basically, right? And they totally changed everything about it. And the Airship, yes, Digital Extremes. I think Digital Extremes was the publisher, and it was like Airship, something like that.
Of that specific company, not all companies. So let's take a look at this and find out more about the Crew itself. And if we pull up their Wikipedia, we can see that the Crew was actually created in 2014, which, much to the hatred of all of us oldies on the internet, was 10 years ago. Oh. So this was an online-only racing video game developed by Ubisoft Ivory Tower and Ubisoft Reflections and published by Ubisoft. So all Ubisoft, right? With that in mind, it said it was a scaled-down recreation of the contiguous United States and included both role-playing and large-scale multiplayer elements. So it had a massive multiplayer component to it. It is an online-only service-based game, and they shut it down 10 years later. On March 31st, 2024, Ubisoft shut down the game's servers, rendering the game unplayable, which is normal for live service games. The only thing that I can see in here that could be a problem is if they posted it as not an online-only experience. But everything that I found online shows that the game is always marketed as online only. If you're going,
I don't think that specific types of marketing should remove expectations from a customer for certain degrees of ownership. So I see what he's saying, but I don't like the idea that because they say it's online only, that means that they can just, for whatever reason, take away access and you're not able to access what you pay for. I think that when you take a person's money for something, you have to incur certain degrees of accountability, and one of those degrees of accountability is that that person will be able to use what they've purchased in an ongoing way. And I also think, again, that's not even really a problem. Let me just go all the way back. All of this stuff is not really as relevant to me. I don't care about any of this. The only thing that I really care about is that the companies that are the companies that are going and they're selling these games, after they stop selling and providing a service for the game, somebody else can do it instead. I don't think that a company, whenever they are not providing that game, can shut down somebody else for providing the game. That is the only opinion that I really have about this. Everything else is up for debate. Yeah, sure, maybe this is true. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yeah, 100%. But you accept these terms in the TOS? I don't care about the TOS. The TOS isn't important to me. And the reason why I don't think that it's important is because everybody knows that no one really reads the TOS. I would argue that 99.9% of people do not read TOS, and I think the TOS is created in a way that makes it hard to read, right? It's using legal language, and a person can't read legal language. So, and also, like, a TOS should not overrule a customer's rights. So you shouldn't be able to just say, like, oh yeah, well, because the TOS says this, we can do this. There still are things that companies should not really be able to do. And also, this isn't really the TOS in the circumstance that I'm talking about, it's copyright law. And I'm saying that, like, for a lot of things, for the purpose of art preservation, if the content is not being provided by the company, I think that it should be possible to provide it with a third party. The terms of service are all inside of the game that you're playing. Terms of service isn't enforceable by law? Yeah, the terms of service is not the law. That's different. There's no more service, there's no more terms of service. That's a much better argument than I make. Yeah. Yeah, the TOS doesn't apply. You're not dealing with it anymore. Yeah, good point.
Going to be buying an online-only game, that means it can only run when it's online. And if the servers need to shut down...
Someone says contracts shouldn't exist? Of course contracts should exist. But contracts should exist in a way that's beneficial. And some types of contracts already are not allowed to exist. And I'm saying this isn't even part of that at all. It's completely separate. It's after the contract is gone. It's not even with the company anymore.
In the future, far in the future, it makes sense to me for the access to that game to be cut if it's online only. If it's a single-player experience that has online-only functionality specifically just to shut down the game in the future, and the online-only doesn't actually add any gameplay functionality, I'd agree with you. That's a shitty business practice. But that's really rare. And in the specific cases where it does happen, we should call out that, not just all games and not all live service games. Further, there's more context to this. Okay. The Crew itself came out in 2014, but it actually had a sequel that came out in 2018, and then it had another sequel that came out in 2023. And if we go to the Crew's Steam DB, which again is not going to be all of the player base for this, it's only going to show the ones who were playing it through Steam. It was on multiple platforms. We look at
there might be 3 people that were playing it total.
It did start out with a sizable amount of community, and then it degraded, and it had a major drop-off in 2018, which is the same year that it launched the sequel. This is normal. When a sequel comes out, a lot of the player base, if the sequel doesn't suck, will move over to it. And then the servers effectively die. You can't run a live service game on this few players. You can't.
Exactly. And a company shouldn't be expected to either. He's right.
Some of the time, especially not if there's anything else that goes into it. And if we go into that anything
And I've said
else,
this before about other games. It's like if you want to see what the future of a game is, look at the Steam charts of the game. If there's a lot of people playing the game, then it's going to be fine. And if it's a dead game and there's like double-digit number of people playing it, then there's a problem, and the game's going to die.
and we could see that there was license problems.
Yeah.
So on December 14, 2023, Ubisoft delisted the crew and its expansions from digital platforms, suspended sales of microtransactions, and announced that the game's servers would shut down on March 31st. So they gave them 3 months.
Somebody brought up a good point in chat, and they said that they shouldn't be able to monetize the games because it's still not their IP. I really think I need to agree with you on that. I do. I think that you're right about that. Because if you're doing it for game preservation purposes, then you shouldn't be able to monetize it. So it's happened already? Yeah, but I feel like that, right? Yeah, 100%. They should be able to turn a profit. I think it's okay to ask for donations, right? Like, that's fine. But to monetize it and to sell it, I think that's very problematic.
Usually I would say, hey, 6 months is probably a better deal, but if they're going to do 3 months, they're going to do 3 months. The only thing that I'd be interested outside of that is if there was a contractual obligation to do more than 3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not. Citing upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies. And a 10-year running game likely means that they had licensed them for 10 years. And that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now, I understand that's speculation, but
I've got a crazy take on this. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. The entire idea of you need to license a car in order to use it like this, crazy.
This type of a deal many times in the industry while I've been working it. So it's not unlikely. If you're going to have to renegotiate on a game that has so few players and is not turning a profit anymore, you're probably just going to forego the renegotiation. And if those servers are aging, you're not going to want to recreate that infrastructure. And there are some people who will say, well, just make it all single player. Well, I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. When you already have sequels out and the game...
I don't think that's a good argument that it's developer time and money, because the people...
I think I'm gonna call it here for today. I'm starting to become real sleepy. I do mean real sleepy. I'm just gonna call it here for today and go and have a nap. Maybe I come back after the nap. That's a maybe, so yeah. Hopefully see you then. Bye bye. Or tomorrow. Could be as well. Depending how much energy I have. Alright, see you then. See you all then. Bye bye.